anak, jadi dia dulu imut. Anaknya tes. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as the event is about to commence. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the 4th International Conference on Law, Economy, and Governance 2025, proudly convened under the theme of Progressive Law and Sustainable Development Goals, a catalyst for environmental justice in global uncertainty. My name is Kila, and it is my pleasure to serve as your host for this year's Icoleg. On this blessed morning, allow me to respectfully extend our warmest greetings to the Honorable Rector of Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Suharnomo, who will be represented by the Honorable Vice Rector in charge of Research, Innovation, and Cooperation at Universitas Diponegoro, Mr. Wijayanto, PhD, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Retno Saraswati, the Honorable Vice Deans of the Faculty of Law, Dr. Aditya Yuli Sulistiawan and Mr. Solekan MH, the Honorable Director of the Reputation, Partnership, and Global Connectivity at Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Hadianto, the Honorable Deputy Director of Global Connection and Partnership, Mr. Pulung Widihananto, LLM, our distinguished speakers, Professor Louis Kotze, Professor Syaukat Alam, Mr. I. Mada Andi Arsanai, PhD, Professor Markus Wegner, Professor Nanik Trihastuti, Professor Hadianto, Professor Rashika MD Khalid, and Professor Susi Dwi Harijanti. Supervisors, lecturers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for your attendance today. It is indeed a joy and a pleasure to have you all this morning. Before we proceed, may I kindly ask everyone to rise as we collectively sing our beloved national anthem, Indonesia Raya, which will be followed suit by the hymn of Universitas Diponegoro to be sang by the Satya Dharma Gita Student Choir. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Thank you. You may kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, to enrich this momentous occasion, we proudly present a traditional dance performance called Gambang Semarang, a beautiful and vibrant dance originating from the heart of Central Java. This dance is a celebration of harmony, diversity, and the enduring spirit of community, values that definitely resonate with the theme of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the performance.
Sumelang,
Thank you to our talented performers for presenting such an elegant and beautiful display of Gambang Samarang. We are truly proud to share our culture with you all. Now, onto the project officer report. It is my honor to invite Mr. Diastama Anggita Ramadan, SHLLM. To Mr. Diastama, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All the presenter, the participant, all the speakers of the 4th International Conference on Law, Economy and Governance. Welcome to the 4th International Conference of Law, Economy and Governance. Before I begin my report, I would like to mention the Honorable Rector of Universitas Diponegoro, which in this occasion are represented by Vice Rector on Research, Innovation, Cooperation and Public Communication of Universitas Diponegoro, Mr. Wijayanto PhD, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Law Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Dr. Retno Saraswati, the Honorable Vice Dean for Academic Affairs of Faculty of Law Universitas Diponegoro, Dr. Aditya Yuli Sulistiawan, the Honorable Vice Dean for Resources of Faculty of Law Universitas Diponegoro, Mr. Solehan MH. The Honorable Speakers, Professor Louis Coetzee from Wageningen University and Research, the Netherlands, Professor Shokat Alam from Macquarie University, Australia, Professor Rashika MD Khalid, Dean of the Faculty of Law, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Professor Marcus Wagner from University of Wollongong, Australia, Bapak Made Andi Arsana, PhD, from Universitas Gajah Mada, Indonesia, Professor Nani Trihastuti from Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia, Professor Hadianto, Director of Reputation and Global Connectivity of Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia, and also Professor Susi Dwi Harijanti from Universitas Pajajaran, Indonesia. On this wonderful occasion, allow me to deliver the report of Icoleg 2025. This year, the Icoleg conference theme is Progressive Law and Sustainable Development Goals, a catalyst for environmental justice in global uncertainty. The committee took this specific theme since we believe that global environmental issues are complex and interconnected problems which require immediate attention and collective action. The article that have been through scientific process and have been reviewed by the scientific reviewer. Our scientific reviewer consists of academia, expert and professional, specifically regarding law and environmental issues. There are several stages of review that each paper should pass through before it can be accepted. Once they've been reviewed, the article will be presented and followed by the initial process for the publication. This year of the International Conference on Law, Economy and Governance, we have received in total 101 articles, 89 of which have been accepted for presentation at this academic forum. A round of applause for all of the presenters for today. In this year conference, we've invited 8 speakers from 4 different countries, in which Indonesia, Australia, Malaysia, and the Netherlands. Each of our speakers will deliver the knowledge and gives us some insight in these specific issues. To end this report, on behalf of the committee, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the presenters who joined the international conference. Secondly, I would like to thank all the speakers who are willingly to share and deliver their knowledge in this wonderful occasion. Moreover, the committee would also like to thank all of the scientific reviewers, in which, by their knowledge, currently we have lots of ideas to be presented in this academic forum. Lastly, I would like to thank all the committees. Because of their hard work and dedication, this conference will not be happening. I wish all of the presenter and participants will have a meaningful discussion. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Diastama, for your extensive report. Next, we have the pleasure of inviting the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Retno Saraswati, to deliver her welcoming speech. To Professor Retno, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Dr. Suharnomo, SAMSE, represented by the Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation, Cooperation, and Public Communication, Wijayanto SIP MSc PhD, the Honorable Vice Dean of Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, Dr. Adia Yuli SSH MH, and Mr. Solekan SH the Honorable Speaker, Professor Luis Kotse, Professor Saukat Alam, Professor Rasikah MD Khalid, Professor Markus Wegner, Made Andi Arsana, STMT PhD, Profesor Dr. Susi Dwi Haryanti, SH LLM PhD, Profesor Dr. Hadianto, Profesor Dr. Nani Tri Hastuti, and all of the participants. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you at this 4th International Conference on Law, Economic, and Governance, or Icoleg 2025, hosted by Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, with the main theme Progressive Law and Sustainable Development Goals, a catalyst for environmental justice in global uncertainty. Ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, please allow me to express my sincere gratitude and immense appreciation to Universitas Diponegoro, the Honorable Speaker, the moderator, the participant, and also many people who are involved that I could not mention one by one. And I would not forget to specially acknowledge the commitment and dedication of the entire organizing committee and all crew working tirelessly to realize this international conference. We have much appreciated your cooperation. We realize that this international conference would not be conducted without the contribution from all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, to become an excellent and a world-class university, the Faculty of Law Universitas Diponegoro has worked extremely hard to respond to the challenge of modern world change. The theme of this conference is a site of our awareness in addressing emerging environmental challenges, limiting negative impact on the environmental and ensuring protection of people's rights regarding access to natural resources and healthy environment. We hope that this international conference will give an academic contribution in order to provide the list of solutions regarding the social problem that happen in this society nowadays. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you would find this international conference beneficial and hope you would have a pleasant time with us for the next 2 days. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Retno, for your meaningful welcoming speech. Last but not least, we'll hear an opening remark from the Rector of Universitas Diponegoro, who will be represented by the Vice Rector of Research, Innovation, and Cooperation, Mr. Wijayanto, PhD. To Mr. Wijayanto, please make your way on stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University, Professor Dr. Retno Saraswati, SHM. I guess this is it's been so many times I've visited this faculty representing the rector. It reflects that the Faculty of Law is among the most active faculty in Diponegoro University with so many timely, important events, including this one. Congratulations, Prof. Retno. The Honorable Vice Dean of Academic Affairs of Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University, Dr. Aditya Yulistiawan, the Honorable Vice Dean of Resources of Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University, Mr. Solehan, SMH, the Honorable Speakers, Professor Louis Coates from Wageningen University and Research, the Netherlands, Professor Sahwat Alam from Macquarie University, Australia, Professor Rashika M.D. Khalid, the Dean of Faculty of Law, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Professor Marcus Wagner from University of Wollongong, Australia. Professor Wagner asked me during our casual conversation how much time I have for doing my research. I answered with a smile, 0. And that's exactly why it's a luxury for me to be among you this morning, to have a time for relax and reflection and sanctuary, I must say, to be able to attend this kind of epistemic community with so much knowledge in this room. Professor Made Andi Arsana from Gajah Mada University. I haven't seen his face, I suppose, in this room. Maybe he will be joining soon. join online. Okay. Professor Dr. Susi Dwi Harjanti from Universitas Pajajaran, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Hadianto, Director of Reputation and Global Connectivity of Universitas Diponegoro. Professor Dr. Nani Triastuti from Universitas Diponegoro, Faculty of Law. And all the distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our 4th International Conference on Law, Economic and Governance. Welcome to our conference, which will be conducted for the next 2 days. Greetings to one and all. It gives me immense warmth and great pleasure to grace all of your presence in the interest of the entire committee. It gives me tremendous contentment to be presenting the welcome speech amongst the most esteemed personalities who have won accolades in their respective fields. And of course, I would like to sense the warmest greetings and appreciation from our rector, Professor Suharnomo. He is not able to be here to attend the conference because right now he's on the way to Singapore for QS World University Ranking event. Before we begin this international conferences, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who sincerely committed to this event to make it a success. This event would have been impossible without the support of each and everyone present here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have several international conferences held in its faculty of Diponegoro University. Icoleg is one of the best international conferences at Diponegoro University and has been held since 2017. So it has been the 4th International Conference on Law, Economic and Governance. Icoleg 2025 is an event organized by Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University, for the academicians, researchers, practitioners, and research students around the world to share their research findings. The theme of Icoleg this time is Progressive Law and Sustainable Development Goals, a catalyst for the environmental justice amid global uncertainty. This theme is expected to raise our awareness of the environment. Without definite movement, sustainable development cannot be implemented properly. I remember last year, February 2024, so 2 years ago, I was attending a conference in the UNESCO headquarters in Paris, and the Secretary General of the UNESCO back then explained that climate change is one of the most pressing problems of our generation. Together with disinformation, my research interest is disinformation, and the two problems are pressing because, in his view, if disinformation are still widespread over there, the awareness on the climate change, on the environmental problems also decrease. Some people still don't believe in the climate change, for instance, because of the disinformation. But that is to say that, of course, the climate change, the environmental problems, as a threat not just to humanities but also to the entire planet Earth. That's why this event, this conference is immensely important. And the conference provides clear evidence that Diponegoro University has a strong commitment to contribute positively in achieving sustainable development goals and also provide solution to every environmental problem that has occurred recently. A year ago, our rector has been inaugurated, and he started his journey with a new tagline, noble and valuable. It reflects the commitment of our university to be part of global epistemic community in the reproduction of knowledge for the future of science and humanity. But we also would like to be valuable. We have to be, our research may not be spirited by the problems, the real problems going on out there. And climate change is one of the immense threat, the immense problem facing our generation today, and that makes this conference this morning even more timely and important. I ensure this event will be profitable and fruitful for everyone present here. Thank you, one and all. Have a fruitful discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To Mr. Wijayanto, please remain on stage, as I'd now like to invite Professor Retno Saraswati to, alongside Mr. Wijayanto, lead the symbolic opening of our conference. To Professor Retno, please make your way on the stage. To Professor Retno and Mr. Wijayanto, if you may, please place your hand on the screen as we symbolically open this conference. On the count of 3, 2, 1. The 4th International Conference on Law, Economy, and Governance 2025 has officially been opened. Once more, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. To Professor Retno and Mr. Wijayanto, please remain on stage as... Sorry, Professor and Mr. Do you mind remaining on stage? Yes. Now, I would like to kindly invite the Vice Deans, the Director and Deputy Directors, as well as our speakers, to please make your way on the stage as we come to a group photo session. Apologies, I'd also like to call upon the moderators to make their way on the stage to join in on the group photo session. Thank you so much. All right, please show us your biggest smiles on the count of... All right, hold on. Okay, if everybody is ready and the photographers are ready, on the count of 3, 2, 1, smile. One more. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, thank you so much, everyone. You may please make your way back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be grateful for the abundance of blessings and grace that has been given to us, allowing us to gather here on this momentous occasion. As such, we shall continue to the prayer session, which will be guided by Mr. Aista Wisnuputra, SHMH. To Mr. Aista, if you may make your way to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished participant, please let me lead our prayer in Islamic way. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad. Ya Allah, Lord of wisdom and justice, we begin this conference with your name, seeking your blessings, mercy, and guidance. Grant us clarity in thought, sincerity in intention, and wisdom in discussions. Ya Allah, let this conference be a source of enlightenment for the development of law, economy, and governance, for the better of humanity and the upholding of justice. Ya Allah, please our efforts and guide us toward what you love and pleasure. Unite our hearts across nations and backgrounds, and make this gathering a means of mutual understanding, collaboration, peace, and justice. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'a wa rizqan halalan tayyiban wa amalan mutaqabbalan. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa akhiru du'ana walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Aista, for guiding us through the prayer session. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our opening ceremony. Now, we kindly invite you to a short coffee break right outside the ballroom before promptly returning to your seats when we will start with the first plenary session. Thank you.
On the move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident it can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip!
Bermartabat! Bermanfaat!
On the move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable.
Please make your way back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats as we will soon commence with the first plenary session. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the awaited first plenary session of the 4th Icoleg 2025. Today's discussion will be skillfully moderated by Dr. Adia Paramita Prabandari, whose curriculum vitae will now be shown on the screen. Please enjoy. gentlemen, I'd now like to invite Dr. Adia. Welcome and please make your way to the stage.
Okay, thank you, Gila. His Excellency, Director of Universitas Diponegoro, which is represented by the Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation, Cooperation, and Public Communication, Mr. Wijayanto, PhD. Her Excellency, the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Dr. Retno Saraswati. Respectable Vice Deans of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, Dr. Aditya Yuli and Mr. Solekan MH. The honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, first of all, I would like to welcome you all to the first plenary session on the first day of the fourth International Conference on Law, Economic and Governance, Icoleg 2025, held by the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro. My name is Adia Paramita, and of course, it's an honor for me to serve as your moderator for the first plenary session, as what I did in the last three Icoleg. In this plenary session, we will have outstanding speeches from our four distinguished speakers, whom I believe shall enrich and broaden our insights and knowledge regarding the theme of this conference, progressive law and sustainable development goals, a catalyst for fundamental justice in global uncertainty. Now allow me to invite all the keynote speakers to join me on the stage. The first keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Nani Trihastuti SHM Hum, Professor of the Law of the Sea and International Economic Law from the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia. Prof. Nani, please come to the stage. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. Good morning, Prof. Nani. How are you? Alhamdulillah. Thank you for joining us here today. And then the second keynote speaker is Professor Rashika Khalid, PhD, Professor of Water Law and Resources Management, the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. Please come to the stage. Okay. Good morning, Prof. Rashika. How are you? Thank you for coming here all the way from Malaysia. Okay, and then the third keynote speaker. Professor Dr. Hadianto, STMSc, Professor of Chemical Engineering from the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Diponegoro. Please come to the stage. Good morning, Prof. Hadianto. How are you? Okay, thank you. And last but not least, our fourth keynote speaker, Professor Louis Kotze Bicom LLB LLM PhD, Professor of Global Environment Constitutionalism and Earth System Law from the School of Law, Wageningen University and Research, the Netherlands, who will join us online later today. And before we begin with the speeches, let's see the videos of short curriculum vitae from our distinguished keynote speakers. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the short curriculum vitae of our 4 amazing speakers. Let's give a big round of applause for our speakers. Okay, and let me be seated. Okay, to the honorable keynote speakers, because of the limit of time, each speaker would have approximately 20 minutes to deliver the speech, followed by a discussion session after all the speakers were done. And for our first keynote speaker, Prof. Dr. Nani will deliver the speech entitled Blue Economy as the New Paradigm from a Frontier Mentality to Sustainable Ethics. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Nani Trihastuti. Prof. Nani, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, moderator, for your time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all distinguished attendees. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee for giving me the opportunity to share my view of my thoughts at this prestigious scientific meeting. And holding a conference with the central theme of the environment is very timely, especially considering that June 5th marks World Economic Day, and June 8th is World Ocean Day. Certainly focusing on marine environmental issues as a special topic is highly relevant and important to this context. The committee kindly entrusted me with the topic encouraging blue economy as the new paradigm, the sustainability of ocean resources and environmental justice. However, I have chosen to refine the focus of the study to emphasize the ethical dimension of environmental stewardship, under the title Blue Economy as the New Paradigm from Frontier Mentality to Sustainable Ethics. It is my sincere hope that the insights I present today will provide valuable reflection on how we might adopt this emerging paradigm as a foundational framework for rethinking our responsibilities toward nature and the environment. Let us begin by briefly, Let us begin by briefly examining some key facts about our oceans. The ocean covers approximately 70% of the Earth's surface. It significantly influences the weather and climate, playing a vital role in regulating temperatures worldwide. And then the ocean sustains life for countless animal species as well as humans across the globe. And remarkably, more than 80% of the ocean remains unexplored to this day. Approximately 70% of the oxygen we breathe is produced by marine life in the world's ocean. An estimated 94% of all living species on Earth reside in the ocean. The facts clearly that the majority of life on this planet is aquatic. With these vital roles in mind, we must then ask, what is the current condition of our oceans? Currently, the condition of the ocean is far from good. All in bahasa, we can say sedang tidak baik-baik saja. Ya. Approximately 1/5 of the world's ocean surface is highly vulnerable to the simultaneously impact of 3 major threats, namely rising temperatures, acidification, plastic pollution, and oxygen depletion. Research published in AJU Advances highlights that extreme warming, deoxygenation, and acidification events may persist for up to 30 days, with the tropics and the North Pacific region being particularly affected by this combined threat. As a consequence, rising temperatures will compel fish and other marine species to mitigate to more favorable climates, provided they are to do so. Yeah. Based on the IPCC special report on the ocean and the cryosphere in a changing climate, or SROCC, which identifies the connection between the ocean and climate, changes in the ocean must be slowed down because this can support faster emission reductions. SROCC emphasizes the important role of marine and coastal ecosystems in helping communities with climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. So the concept of blue economy has become a new paradigm offered to address this issue. The term blue economy was first introduced by Gunther Pauli, a Belgian entrepreneur and leading sustainability advocate, in his influential book, The Blue Economy, 10 Years, 100 Innovations, 100 Million Jobs. In his vision, the blue economy is a business model inspired by nature, where innovation plays a central role in utilizing resources more efficiently and transforming waste into valuable inputs. This model is built on 3 ambitious objectives. First, creating 100 million jobs by 2020, generating additional business revenue, and achieving zero global emissions by 2050. It is indeed an inspiring and thought-provoking concept, one that challenges conventional economic thinking and invites us to imagine a future where economic development works in harmony with the ecological balance. Next. Yeah. Pauli on 2010 also elaborates on the differences in perspective and operational approaches among the red, green, and blue economies. Interestingly, the symbolic use of colors in economic paradigms echoes the earlier work of Johann Galtung, who categorized various schools of economic thought using color metaphors to reflect their values and impacts on society and the environment. Now back to Pauli's framework. The red economy is characterized by its reliance on the extraction of natural resources and its disregard for environmental degradation. This model, driven by profit maximization without ecological accountability, is viewed as the root cause of today's systemic failures, economic collapse, environmental crisis, and unsustainable development. Second is the green economy emerged as a response to the shortcomings of the red economy. It's a prioritized alternative energy source and promotes environmental sustainability. However, despite its noble goals, the green economy often remains costly and exclusive. It typically demands higher investment from companies and increased cost for consumers in order to produce environmentally and friendly goods and services. In contrast, the blue economy offers a more transformative and holistic approach. It is not only environmentally sound, but also systemically regenerative. Drawing inspiration from natural ecosystems, the blue economy seeks to redesign our entire economic model. It emphasizes the effective and efficient use of natural resources, integrating them within the broader framework of ecological balance. The goal is to create abundance rather than scarcity, ensuring that resources are continually renewed rather than depleted. The concept blue economy formulated at the Rio +20 United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, held in Rio de Janeiro in 2020, and as part of the Small Island Developing States or SIDS initiative, has several theses. The operation of the blue economy concept will create job opportunities in the future. Second, that social capital will increasingly expand. The third, the economy and community life will move toward sustainability. And counterpoly explicitly states that this definition makes it clear that the blue economy must respect ecosystem integrity and that the only secure pathway to long-term prosperity is through the development of a circular economy. Now, in conclusion, the blue economy concept ultimately leads to existence of clear blue oceans and skies. The blue economy is underpinned by several important theses that highlight its transformative potential. Okay. The blue economy, not yet. Back to the blue economy. Lanjut next? Yes, okay. The blue economy is also central to achieving the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, as well as supporting regional objectives such as the African Union's 2050 Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy and Agenda 2063. Blue economy activities directly align with two key SDGs, namely SDGs 14, conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas and marine resources for sustainable development, and SDGs 13, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. The blue economy also plays a central role in advancing 2030 the blue economy concept is not without its limitation. Originally proposed as strategic framework to resolve the inherent tension between economic growth and environmental sustainability, the blue economy has, in practice, attracted substantial criticism from diverse stakeholders. These critics predominantly concern issues of justice, social sustainability, equitable benefit sharing, and inclusive participation. And several notable weaknesses have been identified within the concept, including the following. Next. Okay. First, conceptual ambiguity. There is a considerable criticism regarding the lack of clear and universally accepted definition of the blue economy. This ambiguity can lead to misunderstandings and inconsistencies in how the concept is interpreted and applied across different contexts and regions. And second, environmental risks. Concerns have been raised that despite its sustainability goals, the development of the blue economy may inadvertently contribute to the degradation of marine and coastal ecosystems. Without stringent safeguards, economic activities under this paradigm risk causing environmental harm. Third is social and economic implications. Some critics argue that the blue economy functions as a vehicle to expand capitalist agendas
5 more
And-
minutes, Prof.
Okay. Further liberalize the marine and fisheries sector. Such a development may exacerbate social inequalities and economic disparities. Now I want to give you an example of the lack of clarity in the definition and concept of the blue economy. Back to sebelum consequences. The concept of the blue economy is often intertwined with related terms such as blue growth, marine economy, and ocean economy. And however, the blue economy encompasses more than just economic activity. According to the narrative developed by Bappenas, Indonesia's Ministry of National Development Planning, the blue economy recognizes and positions the ocean as natural capital, a driver or innovation, a vital source of a livelihood, and a foundation for sustainable business opportunities. Yes. Now let's examine how this concept translates into practice. When the narrative of the blue economy first began to take shape, many coastal waters remain heavily dominated by what is often referred to as the brown economy. This economy is characterized by pollution stemming from activities such as port operations, mining, and fisheries, and the fishing industry. The brown economy fundamentally relies on extractivism, where marine and coastal resources are continually degraded, often driven by large corporations focused primarily on capital gains and profit maximization. However, as the blue economy approach was gradually adopted into policy frameworks, the reality on the ground has sometimes fallen short its inspiring vision it is often. Practice, we always say that practice does not always live up the spirit of the blue economy. Okay, so if we check the tech ethics underlying the blue economy concept, paradigmatically, Pauli acknowledged that the blue economy draws inspiration from earnestness, ecofeminist, and deep ecology movement, which highlights the importance of adopting new collective values in thinking and acting. So, why not ground our efforts to preserve the oceans and the profound spiritual and philosophical values that underpin the blue economy concept? And the question remains, how do we embody this care in practical terms? The answer lies in the cultivation and development of sustainable ethics. Okay. The final stage, sustainable ethics, is the final stage of environmental ethics is altruism. Okay. But how is this ethic developed? How to develop altruism? It begins with transforming our lifestyle to embody the principle of ecosophy. And then to achieve awareness of ecosophy, it is essential to cultivate ecoliteracy. And furthermore, it is critical to enhance consumer awareness through the concept of ecological intelligence. Ecological intelligence ultimate goal of ecological intelligence is to foster a heightened awareness among consumers, enabling them to become discerning buyers who are not easily misled by greenwashing. And simultaneously, this awareness encourages companies to evolve into restorative enterprises. So, are we ready to change? Thank you, Bu Moderator.
Prof. Nani for a very interesting speech on how the blue economy be a sustainable and holistic alternative to the traditional exploitative economic model. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our second keynote speaker, Prof. Rashika. She will deliver a speech entitled Water Management as Part of Environmental Law. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Rashika, 20 minutes from now. Ma'am, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to all presenters and participants of Icoleg 2025. Salam dari Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Universiti Watan. Salam dari Upin Ipin, Kak Ros, Opa. Yeah, it's a Malaysia-Indonesia thing, Syaukat, don't worry. Betul, ya. So thank you for having me for Icoleg 2025. And where I was given this topic from the organizer. I was busy then to really think about what should I talk, but when I think about it, there's a lot to talk about. So I will be looking at the water management sector as a whole and how it relates to improving environmental law. Next slide. Right, so this is the water sector. If you look at it as a holistic manner. So we have our rivers, we have the water catchment, and then we have the water supply operator extract the water from the river, treat the water, supplied it to our house, supplied it to the industries, and then we use it, we flush it, and becomes a sewage water, and the sewage treatment plant treat it back and put it back into the river, the treated sewage water. We also have other industries like farming, agriculture, aquaculture, who are using the raw water straight from the river. So it's a ecosystem of the water sector, and we don't realize it until we use it. And as water users, we just open the water tap and we get clean water from there. But we don't understand what happens behind the scene. All right, next. So if I break it down, that system into the four sectors, the water catchment. If we protect our water catchment, we also protect our environment. So there are issues about water catchment protection, there are issues about groundwater conservation, the ecosystem preservation, and also impact of climate change now. Next slide. And water catchment protection requires a lot of consideration, because if we protect our water catchment, then we helps with filtering the pollutants before it goes into our river, and it prevents flood, because the water catch the rainwater, the storm water, and it protects us from flooding. So we have flood now because we don't have enough catchment to protect, to actually take the water before it goes into our drain. And water catchment not only for our rivers for us to have water supply, but also for supporting the biodiversity and all the ecosystem that relies on the water. So, but there are threats to water catchment: deforestation, urbanization, agriculture expansion, and runoff. So these are all the threats to our water catchment. But it's important for the government to impose legal protection, ensure enough buffer zone, and also ensuring sustainable land management, so our catchment can be protected and allows us to get clean water from the river. Next slide. the catchment also is important for groundwater conservation, and this groundwater will actually provide the fresh water slowly for our drinking, the agriculture sector, and also ecosystem. But again, there are also threats to our groundwater due to over-extraction, pollution, and also urbanization. These are all will actually eventually affect our groundwater. And what the government needs to do is to ensure enough legal protection that we can manage our aquifer better and a sustainable extraction from our groundwater and also pollution. So these are the things that, when we look into water catchment. Next slide. And of course, the water catchment is a house for many flora and fauna. Ecosystem preservation is vital in this case. We have wetlands, protection laws that will rehabilitate degraded wetlands to restore the natural water back, and riparian zone law, which actually ensures that pollutants are filtered, regulate water temperature, and also provide wildlife habitat. Next slide. So from that water catchment, the water goes into the river, and from there, our water supplier takes the water, abstract the water, and then supplied it to our homes. But there are also things that the law, environmental law, comes in when we want to enforce water supply laws, promote water conservation, promote rainwater harvesting, ensuring smart water supply services, and climate change adaptation. These are all part of environmental law which the water supplier needs to understand. Next. Next slide. So for water suppliers in Malaysia, for instance, we have regulation to ensure that water suppliers actually follow all the relevant laws. So there will be fine and penalties for the supplier, or even criminal prosecution, and also withdrawal their permits if they don't actually follow the water supplies law adequately. Next slide. But again, for us users at home, we must also active in terms of water conservation. We in Malaysia, for instance, we still lack this because water from tap is very cheap. So government are trying to increase the water rates so that it actually reflect the real cost of treating the water. I don't know about Indonesia. Is it cheap? Still cheap? Raw water from tap? Still cheap. Okay, so that doesn't actually encourage us to conserve water, and also doesn't actually telling us to save rainwater, harvest rainwater, and use it. I know Australia are very active in rainwater harvesting, which is something that us in Indonesia or Malaysia needs to follow. And of course, smart water management. I think when we talk about smart water management in ASEAN in particular, Singapore is very good in this, and everybody understands how much water they use every day, the impact that it has on the national as a whole. Next slide. And of course, climate change adaptation, which requires the government to really look into how water resources are managed in the country, how climate change bring more flood to the cities, to many areas not flooded before, and also drought preparedness, and water suppliers, state government are actually looking for many old mining areas to become a new off river storage, just to ensure that if droughts happens, then you can have water. All right, next slide. So the next step in the water management is the sewerage water, where after we use all the water from home, we flush it, or we drain it, and also for the industries. Those sewerage water will goes into the water treatment plant, and there are certain standards that they need to take into account because they are treating sewage water and to bring it back to the river. But at the same time, we are also promoting water reclamation now in Malaysia. So the treated water will be treated and then sell it back to the industry so that we don't actually depend a lot on treated water. There's also this discussion in Malaysia about having constructed wetland as an alternative to sewerage services. Next slide. So these are certain standards that the sewage treatment operators need to have: environmental compliance framework, quality management, and also safety standard. Next slide. But water reclamation again is something that our government are really focusing on now because it helps a lot in terms of environmental protection and in terms of water reuse application. It also provides energy generation, new energy generation for the country. Next slide. Constructed wetland is also, as I said just now, is something that the government is looking into seriously, especially for islands where you don't have proper treatment, sewerage treatment plant. So for islands and for old estate, these are something that the government is considering. Next slide. And finally, there are also multi-raw water users along the river, the farmers, the aquacultures. They are all depending on clean raw water, but at the same time, they will release very polluted water in the sense. How we control the pollution. Next slide. It is important to control at source. We are in Malaysia, we control at source certain activities, but there are also activities that we cannot control because there are so many sources. But for those regulated by our Department of Environment, they are using best management practice, but there are still many others industries which are not properly regulated, and some companies are actually looking to green infrastructure solution. Okay, but for this pollution control, please, next slide. What our government are doing is actually to look the pollution issue in the river basin perspective. So I just give one example here, the study on integrated river basin management of one river, two rivers actually in Malaysia, Sungai Sepang and Sungai Sepang Kecil Basin. So the government is actually asking us to look into river basin perspective, just like in Australia, for instance, you have the Murray-Darling Basin, how you treat a basin in a holistic manner, right? So next slide. And in this study, we actually go to the site. We identify how many pollutants sources. So there are solid waste. There are, in particular in this river basin, there are 177 commercial centers which actually release wastewater. There are pollution threat from 129 industries, and also there are 155 livestock areas in the basin. There are 65 aquaculture sites, agriculture, and also people who are still using septic tanks. These are all pollution sources that eventually goes to our rivers and not treated. So something that we need to consider. Next slide. So if we talk about laws in Malaysia.
1 minute.
1 minute, sure. There are federal laws, there are state laws, and there are also local government laws. There are many laws, but implementation-wise, we are still, working on improving the enforcement. Next slide. So these are just the laws to show that there are many laws to make sure sufficient water, to make sure clean water, to ensure floods, the risk of flood is reduced, and also environmental conservation. Another slide. And these are the local government laws. Yeah, we can just go to the next slide. And government will come up with strategies on how to control the fisheries and aquaculture. Next slide. And also for the livestock, because if not properly monitored, then we will have this waste from this operation. Next. So what is required now is sustainable water management. Government, all stakeholders must understand that rivers are not just, when we talk about water, it's not just about river, but the activities in the basin that will contribute wastewater into the river. So we require integrated river basin management. We require sustainable land use practice, and we require collaborative governance to ensure that everybody, all water are sustained. And finally, next slide. This is, if we have all that in place, then we can have clean river that supplies sustainable water for us until forever. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please give big round of applause for Prof. Rashika for the enlightening speech emphasizes on the critical importance of integrating legal and policy frameworks to address water catch protection, groundwater conservation, and ecosystem preservation, and particularly in the context of climate change adaptation. And then we move to the third keynote speaker, Prof. Hadianto, with the speech entitled Microplastics and their macro impacts to humans. Very interesting. Prof. Hadianto, time is yours.
Thank you, moderators. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thanks to the Dean of the Faculty of Law for inviting me to speak in front of you. Probably some of you have a questions why engineering guy speak in front of the law expert. Yeah, I will introduce myself briefly. I also teach in environmental science programs in School of Postgraduate Studies together with Prof. Nani, of course. And two previous speakers already mentions about the blue economy and then water conservation. And my last the presentation, the last presentation by me will be about the specific in plastic pollutions, or in more specific in microplastic. And but to be more engaged with the audience, I would like to ask whether does anyone knows about the microplastic? Not yet. Maybe one of two. Okay. Yeah, what I want to talk here is the microplastic and how the dangers of this microplastic to humans and also to ecosystem, and how the situation of the international law and legislations that are available so far. Next. We know that plastic is a general issue in the last decades. And actually, plastic itself was invented in 1860, I believe, and then in 1920, 1940, it started to be massive production. And in 1950, the production of plastic is about 2 million tons only. But now, in 2025, the production of plastic in the world is already reached 400 million tons. It means within 25 years, it's already 200 times doubles. You can imagine that if the plastic bottle that's already available in front of you and then put in the garbage and then come to the oceans, what's happened then? We will see here some plastic bottles, single-use plastics, we can say, and then some plastic package, yeah, that's not using anymore. So what's the danger actually for the single-use plastic? Single-use plastic, if you see the bottle plastic in front of you, maybe you can see in the bottom of the bottles, you will see the numbers. Number one been derived from polyethylene terephthalate (PET). And number two, maybe from HDPE. Number three is from PVC, yeah. And then until number 6. Number 7 till 8, 9 is not identified yet. Can you see which number in your bottles? Number? There is no numbers? 1, 3. It's located here. There is numbers. 8 or numbers. So if it's number 3, number 3 normally is not for a bottle, for drinking bottles. Number 3, normally number 1. Yeah. For number 8, it's because it was not identified yet. What's the characteristic of the bottles? Yeah. So the number in the bottle, on the bottles, it represents the chemical characteristic or chemical supported the plastic to make the bottles. Yeah. And because you have the bottle have chemicals compound, then it is not allowed to use it for several times. That's why if you use the bottles after you drink, normally you just throw it away, right? And be aware that the bottle, you cannot put it in the microwave or put it in the stove or other heating plate, because it will release the chemicals that will harm your bodies. Yeah. And the more dangerous if the plastic come to the ocean and then got the sunlight, and then because of the physical contact between the others, then will fragment it into small size that we call it as microplastic. Yeah. Okay, next. Surprisingly, Indonesia is the number 2 in producing plastic worldwide. This is not good ranking, right? It's not a good ranking. So, and 3.2 is mismanaged plastic waste, and part of that is 1.29 million ton is plastic marine debris that's available maybe in the environments. Number 1 is China, of course, because they have many populations, yeah, in the countries. Prof. Alam, your country is here? Bangladesh? No. But you are now in Australia, so no worry about these statistic numbers. Okay, next. Okay, we come to the microplastic. Microplastic actually plastic that has very teeny sizes, normally below than 5 millimeters. And we can go very less than 1 millimeter, we can call it as nanoplastic. It's very dangerous, of course, because when it released to the environment and then it eat by fish, by shrimp, by mussels, and then you eat mussel, fish, and then finally the microplastic come to your body. All right. Okay, next. The microplastic itself come from 2 sources. The first one, we call it as primer microplastic. Second is secondary microplastic. The primary microplastics is coming from the industry that they produce a very tiny plastic in order to improve the quality of the product. Normally for the ladies that use cosmetic, they put something in the cosmetic in order to make it glow. This come from microbeads, is also microplastic. So in nature, it's already micro, the size of the plastic. Okay. And then secondary microplastic, because the source of plastic, because of the physical contact with others, or because of the exposure of the pH, and also the high temperature, and due to the sunlight, they become fragmented, or they become degraded and become a smaller size. That's, we call it as secondary microplastic. So your tire, your maybe your shoes, yeah, and then go to the ocean, and then have friction with the other physical contact, then it become become a smaller size. We call it a secondary microplastic. So those two sources of the microplastic is also dangerous for us if we consume other organisms that contain those microplastic. Okay, next. Okay, because the size is very small, maybe you cannot see literally, but you can see under microscope. So when the microplastic normally this, in the form of this size, you can see that there is a fibers. Yeah, you can also see some microbeads, very small, like this, and then you also have see like narrow, tiny, like this. Yeah. So the form of fibers, and then fragment, and then we have a films. Yeah, and then we have a granules. The form of microplastic. Okay, next.
Excuse me, Prof. 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then how the microplastic exposure to the humans. We have 3 type of the exposure for transportation microplastic from the environment to the humans. First by the consumption, and then second by the inhalation, and then third by the contact between the source of microplastic to the body. Okay, next. Okay, the first one by inhalation. So you can probably imagine if you go to the industry that producing plastic, and then there will be very small or very nano plastic that can fly in the atmosphere. And because we are in the surrounding of the industry, then we can just, the micro or nanoplastic just get into your body via the inhalations. Okay, next. From the Guardian's newspaper, they see that from the 13 patients, 11 was found in the lungs, the microplastic. So it really happens. It really happens. Okay, next. And then for the consumption, there are some food that normally consumed by the human. We have a water and beverage. We have a seafood, yeah, and then we have also salt, sugar, and also honey. Those products normally contain microplastic as well. Okay, next. I will show you some numbers. This microplastic is available in salt. You can see it's in India, and then in Turkey, Iran, yeah, in Taiwan, China. Mostly the salt contains microplastic, although the numbers of the particulate of microplastic is varied. Between maybe 17 or 600, 1900 particulate per kilogram of salt. So be aware of that. And then next, in fish, you can see here, yeah, and then in mussels and also in shrimp, some numbers of particulate or plastic has been identified as well. You can see also from the literature, they varied, yeah, they varied. Okay, next. And then what happened if we consume the water? Prof. Sikat already presented about the water conservation, but be aware for the water there may be possibility to have microplastic as well. Yeah. Okay, next. So this is ground drinking water sources. In some reference, they have 0 until 7 particulates of plastic per liters. And then for tap waters, until 61 particulates of microplastic per liters. Yeah. Of course, sometimes you maybe you don't aware because the size is very small, so it's not visible. But in some cases, they can visible because the size can be higher than maybe 5 millimeters. Okay, next. So the plastics is already a global issue, and then the availability of plastic is already in the ocean somewhere. In each country that has ocean and that river, they contaminated by the plastic. And if you see here the map producing by Shaw et al. 2025 published in Nature, you can see that number of floating microplastic is already everywhere. And we don't know if we have microplastic in our ocean, Indonesia ocean. Where is the original come from? Whether from Malaysia or from Australia or maybe from America, we don't know yet. Therefore, we need such kind of agreement between countries how to avoid this pollution of microplastic. Next. Therefore, the key point of my presentation is first, plastic production has replaced other manufactured products. And then poor waste management system lead to the pollution of terrestrial and aquatic environments. And then microplastic to pose threats of ecosystem, food safety, and human health. And we need policy and regulation. Yeah, and it's already developing so far. So we will see what kind of regulation that already available internationally. Next. In some cases, we have from European Union, they mostly concentrate in sustainable sewage sludge, yeah, and they already review the regulation of microplastic in this sludge, and then for United Nations, they already make resolutions for SDGs, and then we can make connection between SDGs and microplastic. I will show you later. And then from UNEP, United Nations for Environmental Protection, they also have a resolution on the marine litter and then single-use plastic as well. And then for
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, for the ASEAN, including Indonesia, normally what we done then, what we do is to reduce plastic release to the environment, yeah, and then to increase plastic cleanup, and then to to do the recycle of the plastic that available in the garbage or in the environments. Okay, next. This is microplastic and SDGs. So if we look at into details, microplastic actually can be related to at least 12 numbers of SDGs from SDGs 1 till SDGs 15. Yeah, next. And then what happened to international law? We have two types of international law to cover this microplastic. First is we call it as soft regime. Why soft? Because it's not binding rules, yeah, and it's not really give any punishment to the actors that provide or do microplastic pollutions. But the note is here that all the regulations, including international, no one specifically mentioned about microplastic. Mostly, they just mention about plastic in general. Okay, next. And then the second is international hard law regimes, yeah, because it refers to legally binding rules that apply to international actors, such as state or countries. These just examples. For instance, from United Nations Convention on the Law and the Sea, and then International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships. But again, they are not specifically addressed to microplastic. But those two also have deficiencies. Next. The first deficiencies is international legislation. First, fragmentation of the international law of marine microplastic pollution. Why? Because the regulations are dispersed across various conventions and non-binding documents related to marine pollution control, which making it challenging for countries to identify a clear and unified legal basis for addressing marine microplastic litter. This is very ineffective because it also will weakening the international community's effectiveness in managing the issues. Next. The second deficiency is lack of operability of the international law, especially for the international soft law regimes, will remain largely ineffective in practice, yeah, because it's not binding to any law. And then the third one, next, the absence of specialist international convention. So we need international convention between or among countries to specifically address the microplastic. Next. I will skip this one. Next. Yeah. And what happened in Indonesia? 1.5 minute. Indonesia is very much has crisis in microplastic. And some reasons you can see here. We have 6 reasons. And then next. According to World Economic Forums, they propose radical strategies to minimize the microplastic in the environment, especially in Indonesia. One example that maybe you can see from the news recently, next, Bali, yeah. Bali recently, the governor of the Bali, they banned single use of bottles. So bottle that used in below 1 liter, they will not use it anymore. So if you go to Bali now, you will not find these bottles in the
time
market.
is...
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hadianto. Very interesting and very insightful, but unfortunately the time is running out and we have to move to the last but not least, our fourth keynote speakers from the Netherlands, Professor Louis Gotze. Hello, Prof. Oh, hi.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. It's very early there.
It is indeed very early, but it is very lovely to see you all, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Prof, excuse me, you have 15 minutes maximum to deliver the speech.
Thank you very much. Yeah. There is a bit of an echo on my side. I don't know whether it's possible if you can perhaps disconnect sound on your side, because I keep hearing myself.
You are not visible here. A bit technical problems, I think.
Because there you have
okay.
My presentation. I don't know whether you can see.
What?
But I keep hearing myself. There is an echo which makes it impossible to speak.
Okay, you may start. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Shall we? No, I keep hearing myself. Sorry. I don't know if the IT expert could make a adjustment, but as I said, there is a permanent echo.
You are visible now, Prof. You may go on.
Thank you. I'm very happy that you can see me, but I cannot present because I keep hearing myself. Everything that I say is being said back to me.
Perfectly, Prof.
Wonderful. Thank you. As we know, it's been discussed in literature, and it is also fairly apparent in the public domain, is that we are entering an entire new state of the Earth system. Scientists predict that we've left the Holocene epoch, which is a relatively harmonial interglacial state that allowed for most life to flourish on Earth. But we have now entered the Anthropocene, a new geological epoch where humans have really become a sort of an Earth system altering geological force, meaning that our activities as humans have become so impactful, so profound, that they are able to impact the Earth system and change the regulatory functions of the Earth system in very similar ways that volcanoes, meteorites, or other natural Earth system processes are able to do that. And if we simply look at a sort of a geological chronology of Earth's history, one will see there about 4.5 billion years ago. This is obviously only rough estimates because we don't really know exactly the time frames. But about 4.5 billion years ago, Earth was formed, and it went through all of these stages, the Jurassic stage, the Cenozoic stage, and now the Quaternary, where right at the end you will see the Holocene epoch and now the Anthropocene epoch, which is argued to have begun in the 1950s. So really the Anthropocene, as is evident from this depiction, is the latest and very much the current period of time in Earth's history. And they say that it began in the 1950s because this is really the date when just after the Industrial Revolution, with the invention of the steam engine, industrial processes, chemical processes, when humans really started to influence the Earth system through profound developmental and industrial activities. As a result of this human impact on the Earth system, it is now estimated in a recent study by Catherine Richardson and others that 6 of 9 planetary boundaries have already been crossed. And you can see those in the figure on the right of the slide. Climate change, for example, biosphere integrity, in other words, biodiversity conservation, biochemical flows, freshwater change, land system change. And as Johan Rockström, the father of the planetary boundaries framework, says, this update on planetary boundaries really depicts a patient that is unwell, meaning our planet, as pressure on the planet increases and vital boundaries are being breached. We don't know how long we can keep transgressing these boundaries before combined pressures lead to irreversible change and harm. So there is also a sense of uncertainty, to the extent that we don't really know what all our impacts would mean for the stability of the Earth system. I always find this a very useful slide to use in my presentations and also when I lecture to my students, because it really shows us the extent of our impact on the Earth system. If everyone on Earth lived like a resident, for example, of Qatar, we would need 9,3 Earths. And even in my own country, where I was born in South Africa, we would need 2 Earths. I'm not exactly sure where Indonesia would figure on this scale, but I suspect it would also be there towards the lower end, where other developing countries are located. The point is that we increasingly need more Earths if we are going to continue living as we do. So humans are or have become a geological force. It's now very possible, and this is predicted already in several scientific studies, that we might already have entered a slow onset 6 mass extinction event. We've already had 5 mass extinctions, and the 6th mass extinction really is looming, which means a potential for the loss of Earth system resilience, including many uncertainties. But apart from this sort of doom and gloom image that the Anthropocene conjures up, it also reveals our collective responsibility for preventing further harm to the Earth system, to restore Earth system stability and integrity, and to design measures to mitigate human impacts or to avoid them altogether on the Earth system. Also with the view to protecting those most vulnerable to such changes. And this is exactly where the law comes in, because this is really the focus of this presentation and also the focus of your wonderful conference is: what is the role of law in sustainability transformations? What is the potential, but also the shortcomings of law? And I think there's sort of 3 things to consider. The first one is, how does the image of the Anthropocene, what we've just discussed, how does this influence our perceptions of what the law is and what the law should do in the Anthropocene? If this is the severity of the ecological crisis, what does it say about how we view law and how we should use law to help get us out of this crisis? A second part of this analysis is that it forces us to reflect on human agency and the ability or the inability of law to govern human actions and human impacts on the Earth system. And I think most importantly, and this is something that I've been trying to do in my work, at least throughout the course of my career, is to try and revisit all of these deeply embedded assumptions that we have internalized politically, scientifically, socially, over the years in creating, interpreting, applying, and reforming even something like international environmental law. In other words, what I am saying is we should be more daring, we should be more creative and critical when we look at international environmental law. We should not simply assume that because the polluter pays principle has been there for almost 50 years, that it is still a proper and good principle. It might very well not be. And the reason for this is because we are dealing with massive transformations. And again, law has something very clearly to do with these transformations. We live in a transforming socio-ecological system. In other words, the planet is transforming every single day. Social life is transforming. We see this in changing the increasing impact of artificial intelligence, for example, changing political systems. But we also see it really in the physical Earth system that's changing because of human impacts. Look at the climate system. Law itself, as we know, is also a transforming system itself. It's a social system invented by humans. It's a set of rules that change over time as circumstances change, as needs of people change, and so forth. But we also need to understand that law is also a means to, it's a tool to drive transformation. If we have, for example, stricter
Prof, 5
laws,
minutes.
then we can achieve a specific sort of transformation that we want to. If we loosen up laws, it would have a different effect on a transformed society. So we can use law as a tool to achieve transformations. And we must also consider, sorry, there's again
5
some
minutes,
feedback.
Prof.
We must also consider sorry, there's still an echo. We must reconsider also the role between law and other transformative institutions, such as politics, religion, and economics. And there are some considerations, I think, when thinking about law in the Anthropocene, in light of the sort of transformations that we need to see from law itself as a transforming system, but also from law as a tool to achieve transformation. And I think some of these challenges hamper the ability of law to achieve these deep structural transformations. And I just list some of them here. For example, law is essentially, and specifically international environmental law, is a collection of prohibitions with modest impacts on positive impacts, at least on the Earth system. So law or international environmental law, as we've seen, clearly has failed to keep us from crossing these planetary boundaries. If international environmental law had been successful, we probably would be in a situation where we would not have crossed the planetary boundaries, or in a much better situation, we wouldn't have crossed it as much. Law lacks the sort of ambition that we need to see at a time precisely when such ambition is required. We see this in climate laws. Many states around the world has climate laws. We've seen the Paris Agreement, but none of these climate laws really reflect the urgency of the climate crisis. They all sort of are soft touch measures that do not essentially aim to restrict human behavior and impacts on the climate system to the extent that it is needed. We do a little bit of climate protection, but we also allow considerable room for corporations to keep engaging in climate harmful activities. And again, this also speaks to corporate might, the might of huge corporations, industries, and the inability of law to properly regulate these industries. Increasingly, we see the rise of right-wing populist governments in the United States, for example, the Trump administration, and everywhere in many other countries around the world. And there's still not a clear answer what the response of law generally and environmental law could be on the way that these right-wing populist cancelling cancelling to a large extent environmental laws that are meant for environmental protection. And we see this happening really everywhere. There's also still not an answer to specifically the increasing power of quasi-state sort of tech companies, such as those of Elon Musk, that we see increasingly assuming the sort of power that should only, in a democratic world order where the rule of law reigns, belong to the state. Having said that, states do retain a significant amount of power and influence because international environmental law, as we know, is still predominantly state-centric. Treaties are made and enforced by states to the extent that they are enforced, which is not much. So there is still not sufficient room for non-state actors to really engage in international environmental law making and enforcement. And we see this, for example, at the climate COPs, where non-state actors remains on the fringe, and fringe actors with no real influence on the content, the eventual outcomes, and the impact of international environmental law. And this also reflects to a large extent on how much of what international environmental law wants to do is really dependent on the view of a specific government. And there you see the quote from Donald Trump not long after he was inaugurated again. I don't think that plastic, and we've just heard the previous excellent presentation on plastics, I don't think that plastic is going to affect the shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean, Donald Trump announced. And that's also why he signed again an order bringing back plastic straws, what we've been trying to eliminate now for many, many years. So it is this sort of carelessness that is really, really worrying. Another point that I think creates a lot of concern is the continued human-centeredness of international environmental law. In other words, it's anthropocentrism, where we really see that international environmental law promotes a short-term, new liberal human growth agenda that's not predominantly focused on achieving and maintaining ecological integrity. The non-human world, or what we call nature, has been relegated to a mere regulatory object, there only to satisfy human needs. We are not protecting the environment on an ethical ground for the environment's sake. And I quickly want to say something about the SDGs here, because that's also part of the theme of this conference. The SDGs, as good as they might be and ambitious as they are, I think is simply a restatement and an embodiment of a new liberal growth agenda without limits. It is not predominantly aimed at conserving the foundations of life on Earth. And what we now know, and it is very clear, that without such conservation of the living foundations and planetary integrity, there will be no room for growth or human development in the way that the SDGs predict or see this to happen. So nothing in the current set of sustainable development goals really is aimed at environmental protection per se. It is aimed squarely at promoting the human growth agenda.
1 minute, Prof, for the conclusion.
I'm sorry, is someone...
Yeah, 1 minute for the conclusion.
1 minute.
Yes, thank
then
you.
I will skip this. What's the implications for law? I think we need to ask ourselves, what sort of transformation do we want to see, and what role is in that for law? We need to rethink what we see as the problem. Is it only pollution of rivers? Is it only climate change? Or do we really need to start to see that the problem is a severely impacted and ill planet Earth? And how do we tackle this? Which actors must be involved with this? Is it only still states, or do we need to open up and invite a range of other actors, civil society movements, corporations, and so forth, in our efforts to protect the environment? We need to relook the rules of international environmental law, or environmental law more generally. They need to become more ambitious. They need to become much more general in scope, but also more specific. And they need to address, on a much larger scale and more effectively, the planetary crisis that we have. We also need to look at the levels of governments. The responsibility of environmental protection does not only lie with the state anymore. It needs to lie with a larger range of actors. And finally, we need to relook at what we see as successes and failures of international environmental law. Is it enough to say that we've got good environmental laws if we achieve sustainable development? Or do we need to say our laws are a success if we can show that we have promoted planetary integrity? And I think that really is the critical conversations that we need to start having as soon as possible with one another. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and thank you again for this wonderful opportunity to be with you, if not in person, then virtually, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Luis Gotze. So now we come to the Q&A session. Because we are running out of time, I'm so sorry, I have to limit the question to 2 people. I will count. Nah, put it down. Pak Pulung, no question. Okay, it's only for the external and the internal for the students, yeah. Okay, I will count. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that one and the girl. 2 questions. Okay, yeah. The first one, mention your name and your institution. Short and sharp question. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and discussion. Today is very interesting here and about the Fourth International Conference on Law, Economic Governance. But first of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jeremy, and I'm from Master Law on Diponegoro University. I'm very excited for the discussion about the blue economy by Professor Nani today. My question is, we know that blue economy sometimes could open the job sectors, could be the business sectors. There will be like already seen on the slide that 94% of the ocean is not yet explored. And my question is, as the asserted of the Lawrence and Friedman, that the one of the biggest 3 elements of law is the cultural law, legal culture, that how sometimes to prevent about the culture of Indonesians, infrastructures or Indonesian states or maybe civilians, the elites, the government, because it's really afraid it will be nothing if we are opening a lot of job sectors. Or
Mas,
yes.
Would you mind to repeat the question a bit slower?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So we knew that Professor Nanik in the presentation is presenting about the blue economy, yes, and it will be open a lot of job and business sectors there. And sometimes we as Indonesian, as a transparency country, we knew that sometimes illegal culture by Lawrence Friedman, the culture of law, sometimes when we opening some business sectors in infrastructure or another project, it will be tense to investors without considering or managing the participation of the civilians, the society, and it will be nothing, it will be in vain, it will be useless because in the end, it will be on the investor slave. We are the slave of the investors, but not the civilians. As an Indonesia said, in Article 34 that states its responsibility for the poor people and marginal group. I think this is my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question. I think we have a mistake. The girl at the corner. Sorry ya, Mas.
Thank you so much, moderator. I'm Nadila Devita. I'm from the undergraduate program in Law Undip Batch 2021. So I'm also directing my questions for Prof. Nanik. Prof, so the rationality for my question is the ambitious projections mentioning the zero global emissions, and I think it hinge on credible data and third-party oversight. So I think a legal lens demands clarity on measurement, reporting, and penalties for the false claims. So my question is actually, what standardized metrics existed for tracking whether a given blue economy project actually reduce the problems like ocean acidifications and also cut carbon emissions? And what actual resources that exist if a project mentioning the sustainable label narrative turns out to be a green or doing blue washing? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, Prof. Nani.
For the first question, I have an evidence to show you that companies didn't care about the business ethic. Yeah. For example, gold mining on Sangihe Island, you know, by PT Tambang Mas Sangihe, has very strong opposition from local communities. What does it mean? That no participation of society, yeah, in this program of mining in Sangihe. And I have visited the site. And the second evidence is the shrimp estate expansion covers 11,000 hectares, consisting 5,000 hectares developed by the government and 6,000 hectares by private sector. I mean that there is a cause that blue economy is difficult to implement in Indonesia, like the blue economy concept. Okay, and the second question? Sorry, can you repeat your question in brief? I can.
Okay, so my question basically is about the standardized metrics, Prof, to tracking the given blue economy project, and also what resources that exist if a project mentioning a sustainable labels narrative turns out to be doing green or blue washing during this project.
Oh, I mean your indicator to that is the blue economy concept has achieved the blue economy concept. Do you, that is true? Your question like this?
Yes.
You asked about the indicator or parameter?
Yes, Prof, the indicators and also the resources and parameter that exist to measure whether the project sustainable narrative, using the sustainable narrative, turns out to be doing the green or blue washing during this blue economy.
Yeah, from my explanation before that, the concept, the meaning of or the definition of blue economic concept unclear. So the implementation or the implementation to the program or policy, I think is not clear too. And every state, every country has a different concept to implement blue economy concept. No parameter here in the same in general parameter, yeah. No general parameters to say that the blue economy concept have been implemented well. Every country has a parameter, own parameter or indicator. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Nani, for the answer. Yeah. The chairman of Icoleg coded me. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have to end this session. Maybe for further question and answer or discussion with all the speakers, maybe we can done it informally on the lunch session. So I think I would say thank you again for Prof. Hadianto, Prof. Rashika, Prof. Nani, and also Prof. Louis Kotze for the insightful speeches, and also for the attendees for the active participation. We have to end this session. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of the first plenary session. To the speakers and moderator, please remain on stage, as now I'd kindly like to invite the Vice Dean of Academic and Student Affairs at the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, Dr. Aditya Yuli Sulistiawan, to present the tokens of appreciation and certificates to our distinguished speakers and moderator. To Dr. Aditya, you may please proceed onto the stage. Firstly, we'll begin with the token of appreciation for Professor Nanik Trihastuti. To Professor Nanik and Dr. Aditya, to Professor Nanik and Dr. Aditya. All right, the photographers will capture this moment in 3, 2, and 1. Thank you so much, Dr. Aditya and Professor Nanik. Next, to Professor Rashika MD Khalid. All right, on 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, Professor Rashika and Dr. Aditya. Next, to Professor Hadianto. All right, in 3, 2, 1. There we go. And last but not least, for Professor Louis Kotze, who will be represented by Mr. Rahandi. To Mr. Rahandi, please make your way onto the stage. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Next up, please remain on stage because there will be the gifting of certificates as well. In the same order, firstly to Professor Nanik Trihastuti. Please smile for the camera in 3, 2, 1. All right, next, Professor Rashika MD Khalid. In 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, next to Professor Hadianto. Three, 2, 1, all right. And last but not least, once more for Professor Louis Kotze to be represented by Mr. Rahandi. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, that marks the end of the first plenary session once more. And then, lastly, we'll also have the token of appreciation to be gifted to our wonderful moderator, Dr. Adia Paramita Prabandari. Give us your biggest smiles. All right. Also, the token of appreciation and the certificates All right, another picture for Dr. Adia and Dr. Aditya. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, smile. Okay, thank you so much, everybody, to our vice deans and our speakers and moderators. You may now make your way to the VIP room to be guided by the committee. Once again, thank you so much to the participants as well for your thoughtful engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, now we kindly ask for your attention as the committee will proceed with an important announcement. To Ms. Willy Naresta Hanum, please proceed onto the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang kami hormati Bapak dan juga Ibu autor dan juga yang kami banggakan. Dalam kesempatan ini panitia akan menyampaikan beberapa informasi penting terkait dengan proses-proses sebelum artikel Bapak dan juga Ibu nantinya dapat dinyatakan eligible dan dipublikasikan oleh publisher yaitu IOP. Panitia telah membagikan kepada Bapak dan juga Ibu surat pernyataan autor terkait dengan pembayaran APC atau Article Processing Charge. Yang mana pada substansinya adalah Bapak atau Ibu selaku autor bertanggung jawab penuh atas artikel yang Bapak Ibu tulis. Panitia dalam pelaksanaan konferen ini bertindak sebagai penyelenggara yang memfasilitasi proses submission, proses korespondensi meliputi proses review oleh scientific committee dan juga revisi atas artikel Bapak dan juga Ibu yang telah dilakukan melalui website Moresier milik publisher atau IOP. Hingga proses oral presentation yang Bapak Ibu akan laksanakan pada siang hari ini. Oleh karena itu dalam hal ini proses final dan seleksi artikel yang eligible nantinya untuk dipublikasikan setelah kegiatan oral presentation, maka seluruhnya merupakan kewenangan dari publisher atau IOP dan bukan merupakan bagian dari panitia Icoleg 2025. Yang dapat kami lakukan selaku panitia adalah menghantarkan Bapak dan juga Ibu hingga proses revisi setelah oral presentation sehingga kami berharap Bapak dan juga Ibu dapat melakukan revisi terbaik dan juga semaksimal mungkin setelah kegiatan ini berlangsung. Sehubungan dengan hal tersebut kami meminta kesepahaman Bapak dan juga Ibu terkait dengan pembayaran APC untuk melakukan final proses dan seleksi artikel yang sepenuhnya akan dilakukan mandiri oleh publisher atau IOP dengan ketentuan sebagai berikut. Yang pertama, Bapak dan Ibu memahami hanya artikel yang terpilih oleh IOP selaku publisher yang akan dipublikasikan. Yang kedua, bahwa Bapak atau Ibu memahami bahwa artikel processing charge atau APC adalah biaya yang dibebankan kepada autor guna melakukan pengolahan artikel oleh publisher. Yang ketiga, bahwa Bapak dan juga Ibu memahami setiap artikel yang hendak disubmit kepada IOP selaku publisher akan dikenakan APC tersebut. Biaya APC sejumlah 100 USD yang akan dibayarkan kemudian sesuai dengan informasi yang disampaikan secara resmi oleh panitia. Biaya APC yang telah dibayarkan bukan merupakan jaminan bahwa artikel yang telah disubmit oleh author kepada publisher akan dipublikasikan. Dan yang terakhir, bahwa Bapak dan Ibu memahami keputusan mengenai artikel yang akan publish berada pada pihak IOP selaku publisher. Panitia berharap kesepahaman ini dapat menjadi concern bagi Bapak Ibu author untuk proses selanjutnya. Kami juga menyampaikan bahwa jadwal kegiatan setelah konferensi hari ini meliputi perbaikan artikel oleh author dengan deadline tanggal 17 Juni 2025. Perbaikan dilakukan sesuai dengan saran atau masukan yang Bapak Ibu dapatkan saat sesi chamber maupun penyempurnaan revisi yang Bapak Ibu dapatkan dari Scientific Committee. Termasuk bagi Bapak Ibu yang mendapatkan notifikasi hasil cek Turnitin lebih dari 25%. Yang kedua, pemilihan paper yang eligible oleh IOP dan proses publikasi bagi selected paper atau artikel terpilih akan diinformasikan kemudian. Demikian informasi yang dapat kami sampaikan atas nama Panitia Icoleg tahun 2025. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Willie, for the announcement. Honorable guests, now we will proceed with a lunch break until 1 p.m. when we will continue with the parallel scientific sessions. However, the chamber registration desks are available 30 minutes prior at 12:30 p.m. Presenters are kindly reminded to be present in their allocated rooms before the sessions commence. We also would like to kindly remind all guests that tonight we will meet again at the gala dinner, which will be held at the Skyline on the 17th floor of Gumaya Hotel, starting at 7 p.m. sharp. We wish you all the best for your discussions in your respective chambers. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident UNDIP can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
UNDIP bermartabat, bermanfaat.
UNDIP move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble, reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may please have your attention. To those of you who are done eating and also with your prayers, you may continue to your
We strive
respective
to
chambers.
consistently be a proactive
The chamber
agent of
allocation
change,
has been shared
delivering
via the
solutions
WhatsApp
for
group
the
and also
various
your
problems
emails,
of the nation.
of which for Chamber 1A, it will be conducted in this main ballroom. For Chamber 1B, it will be conducted in Polaris Room 1 on the 3rd floor. For Chamber 2, it will be conducted on Polaris Room 3 on the 3rd floor as well. And lastly, for Chamber 3, it will be conducted in Garuda Room on the 2nd floor. Thank you.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may once again have your attention, I'd like to remind all participants to please make their ways to their respective chambers, seeing as it is already 1 p.m. The chamber allocations have already been announced via the WhatsApp group and your own emails. And as for the rooms, for chamber 1A, it will be conducted in the main on the third floor of Gumaya Hotel. For chamber 2, it will be in Polaris room 3 on the third floor. And for 1B, Polaris room 1 on the third floor. For chamber 2, Polaris room 3 on the third floor as well. And lastly, for chamber 3, it will be in Garuda room on the second floor. Thank you so much.
To welcome you to this afternoon's parallel session in Chamber 1A, part of International Conference on Law, Education and Governance, Icoleg 2025 here in Semarang. My name is Anggita Doramia Lumbadraja and I will serve you as a moderator for this session under the sub-theme Environmental Law, Economic and Governance. We are gathered here today to share critical insights, research findings, and legal perspective related to pressing environmental and economic governance issues. I look forward to a fruitful and engaging session with all of you. So, before we begin, I will conduct a brief attendance check of the presenter to ensure everyone is present and ready. May I kindly ask each presenter to respond as I call you for name or number. Amni Zarkasi Rahman, okay. Si Ratu Ratna Intan, Emi Handayani, Hartuti Purwani, okay. Retna Hanani Ikis Martini, okay. Rofa Setiawati Agusarono Muhyiddin, okay, present. Asrori Eskarni, okay. Amik Sumarmi, okay. Ahmad Nur Sodik. Gema Arlia Detesta, not here. Augustin Rina Herawati. Agustin. Okay. Abdul Qadir Jailani. Restirdian Lutfiati Tims. Retno Sarawasti Ahmad Ainun Najib Tims. Aditya Agung Pratama. Anjani, Rizky Permana. Excuse me, sir, you haven't submit your files, presentation? This morning, okay. So you have to show your, display your presentation by yourself. Okay, thank you very much. Viviana Wisnaini, Yogi Susanto, Rizky Syafril. Okay, so almost 20 persons have already here. So before we start our sessions, please allow me to go over to important guidelines for this session and please display the presentations of the guidelines. Okay. Each presenter is allocated a maximum of 5 minutes for their presentations. This will be followed by a 3-minute Q&A session, a very short time. And then a 1-minute time warning will be given before the end of each presentations. So as moderator, I am trusted with the responsibility to respectfully end any presentation that exceeds the allotted time to ensure our session proceeds according to the schedule. For the Q&A session, we are using a Google Docs system. So where each presenter has an individual document assigned for questions. You may try right now by scanning this QR code because we have not a long time to give a Q&A session. So the Q&A session will be replaced by this. You can write down your questions through this Google Docs. So I will read one question and then the presenter will answer right away. So the link to this folder is accessible via the barcode display on the screen. Kindly scan the code to access the documents. So next, respectfully request all participants to remain in the room throughout the session as a sign of courtesy and academic professionalism. If you must leave the room, please do so quietly and only for bathroom purposes. Additionally, please ensure that your mobile phones are to silent mode. Next. We will now begin the presentation sequence. Presenters will be called according to the predetermined order. May I kindly remind the second and the third presenters in line to begin preparing as we proceed to ensure smooth and uninterrupted transitions. So, next. Okay, thank you. So, let us maintain a respectful and focused atmosphere as presenter sharps their research. So, I have to remind you that you have to be silent and very, very pay attention fully to the presentations. Okay, Without further ado, I will welcome our first presenter from the team Atni Zarkashi Rahman, Azari Eda Pradana, and Nilam Adini Rahma with the title Sustainable Tourism Development in Glawan Village, Balancing Infrastructure, Growth and Environment Through Local Governments. For the teams, we are welcome here. Give applause for the first presenter. Yeah. Okay, the time duration will be counted by the first word.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Roses are red, violets are blue. Icoleg is great, and we are here for you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Now I want to present our article from my team. Let me introduce myself. My name is Azaria Eda Pradana. I'm from Social and Political Science, Universitas Diponegoro. So because the time is only 5 minutes, so we can start right now. So in this discussion, we will discuss the importance of sustainable tourism as a main pillar of sustainable development, especially in rural areas. Village tourism is considered to have great potential in improving the local economy, creating jobs, and maintaining the sustainability of natural resources. However, tourism development can also have negative impacts, such as conversion of agricultural, environmental degradation, and spatial conflicts. Therefore, a balance between economic growth and environment conservation and also local governance is very important. So in this study case, we are at Glawan Village. Wait a minute, in the previous slide. Okay. Was chosen as a case study because it is developing as an education and conservation-based tourism village. Because this village has rich natural and cultural potential and has prompted Darwis to manage tourism in participatory manners. And this development is in line with the Central Java Provincial Regulation on the Empowerment of Tourist Villages. Despite the support of local governments and academic, the development of tourism infrastructure also brings challenges, such as change in land use and potential spatial conflicts. And the study aims to fill the research gap by exploring how village leadership, participatory spatial planning, and institutional mechanisms are used to realize sustainable tourism at the village level. Next. Yeah, the research objective is to analyze the village health leadership, examine participatory land use regulation, and explore environmental strategies in community-based tourism. And this study uses a qualitative case study approach to understand how leadership and institutional mechanisms support sustainable tourism development in Glawan Village, Semarang Regency. Yeah, the study found that the success of Glawan Village in developing sustainable tourism depends on the synergy of three main pillars: local leadership, land use management, and environmental protection strategies. Next. Leadership as drivers. So the village head acts as a policy entrepreneur who not only leads administratively, but also visionary and proactive in designing and executing policies. The village head successfully included tourism as a priority in the RPJM desk, so that the tourism become part of the official development agenda. So the village head acts as a coordinating bridge between the local community and the district government, demonstrating the capacity to synergy local aspiration with macro policies. And then by activating and empowering Darwis and youth groups, he creates social ownership and reduces resistance to change that often hinders development in the village. Next. Next is managing land use change. The village anticipated land use change by drafting village regulation or perdes that stipulates tourism, agriculture, conservation, and settlement zones. Participatory citizen involvement in spatial mapping is an
1 minute left.
Okay, innovation that creates local legitimacy. Next. And the third is environmental protection strategies. 3 main strategies were implemented: organic farm tourism, ecological education program, and community-based waste management system. These activities are not only environmentally friendly, but also generate economic and education benefit. Next. So there are 3 key findings. Local leadership as the main foundation, and the regulation-based land management and participation, and integrated environmental strategies with CBST. And the next one is conclusion. The last one, we can conclude that this study provides evidence that villages have the capacity to create innovative and contextual policies if given regulatory space through decentralization. The second one is study closes a research gap by integrating. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Amni.
Okay.
Sorry, you is still here? You remain still here because is there any questions for the participants in here? Because I have seen any questions that you have already written in the Google Docs. Is there any questions?
I hope no.
Is there any questions? So if we dismiss the Q&A sessions, I may invite
Thank you very much.
You may return. Sri Ratu Ratna Intan, Ikma Kabalodin, and Bunga Desyana Pratami. You are invited to the stage. So I remind you to write down your questions through the Q&A barcode. Excuse me. For the operator, can you display again the Q&A barcode? Operator, can you display again Q&A barcode? Okay, this is the Q&A barcode. You can write down your questions through the link, and then because we have very short time to Q&A sessions, so we will make this optimum by this writing down your Q&A in this barcode. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. So we will start for the second presenter from Ms. Sri Ratu Ratna Intan. The time will be started by the first word. You may proceed. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to present our research titled Administrative Reclamation, a critical study of land certification abuse in Indonesia's maritime regions. Okay, next. So this study examines the phenomenon of administrative reclamation, which is the practice of misusing a land administration authority to allow the granting of land rights in marine areas through legal formal procedures without prior physical reclamation processes. This phenomenon is the focus because of the emergence of land certificates that geographically extend into coastal waters, such as in Tangerang and Makassar, which indicates manipulation of land maps and weaknesses in field verification by land authorities. Okay. So this is our research question. Legal and governance loopholes. How do legal and governance loopholes allow land certification in marine spaces? 2. Social and ecological consequences. What are the social and ecological consequences of this practice for coastal communities and environmental sustainability? So we found several previous studies have examined the legal, social, and ecological aspects of land certification practices in coastal and marine areas in Indonesia. This research introduces the concept of administrative reclamation to describe the misuse of land administration instruments in legitimizing claims over marine areas that have not undergone cycle reclamation. So we have national and international studies. Next is research methodology. This study uses a qualitative approach which document analyze to examine the misuse of land administration through administrative reclamation in Indonesia's marine areas. Data is drawn from secondary sources including legal text, regulation, investigative media reports, and previous research on land and coastal governance. And the analysis is descriptive and critical analysis, focusing on legal loopholes and inconsistencies. Next is construction of maritime law and gaps in land regulation. The sea area in the context of Indonesian national law has a complex and layered meaning. UNCLOS 1982 divides the sea into several jurisdictional zones, such as an internal waters, territorial sea, contiguous zone, exclusive economic zone or EEZ, and continental shelf. There are no international provisions that regulate that the seawater or seabed can be directly made the object of ownership or certified as land in agrarian law. And this is the table about the comparison of marine zoning in UNCLOS and national law. Okay, next. So this is administrative reclamation on new mode of seizing the sea. We found that there are four. First is land application. 2 is administrative processing. 3 certificates issuance, and 4 economic motivation. Next, legal and ecological implication of land certification in the sea. We found there is 4: threat to state sovereignty. 2 is dangerous precedent. 3 ecological damage. 4 is legal conflict. So this is a conclusion and recommendation. The practice of using land certificates in marine areas is a form of serious legal deficiency, which not only violates the principle of legality in agrarian and maritime law, but also creates gaps in administrative power that are vulnerable to manipulation. Administrative reclamation has allowed water areas to be fictitiously contracted as land through legal formal procedures without a valid legal basis. There are 4 recommendations. First is system reformulation. 2 is technical verification. 3, authority boundaries. And 4, central supervision. Last is, thank you very much. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, give applause for the second presenter. Thank you very much, Ms. Sri Ratu. So is there any questions from you that you will? Okay, if is there any questions, I want to ask one question. So according to your opinion about how is the quality of our legal politics of law in Indonesia to maintain all the, because I think that this is a lack of the political will of Indonesian government to regulate the legitimations of the maritimes, for your land certifications in maritime areas, especially in Pantura. Pantura, we have a very much issues in here. So how about your opinion about the political will of Indonesian government?
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, this is tough. Okay, thank you for the important point. Indeed, what my research revealed is that the phenomenon of administrative reclamation is not merely a technical or legal anomaly, but it reflects a deeper issue of a weak political will. So the lack of integration between land and marine special placing system and the absence of strict strict enforcement from central authorities. Therefore, my position is that unless the government assert stronger political will through vertical condition and community empowerment, we will continue to see marine space turn into speculative assets instead of being preserved as public ecological commons. Yeah, I hope that could.
Thank you very much for the answer. So yeah, I think that local government have to be involved in here too, to
of
make
course.
a better commitment together. Okay, thank you very much, Ms.
Yeah, thank you
Ratu,
very
for your
much.
answer, great answer and insightful presentations. You may return to your table. Thank you very much. Give applause for Ms. Ratu. So we come to the next presenter from Ms. Emi Handayani and then Ms. Valen Marhani with the title Harmonizing Indonesian Regulatory Framework on Energy Transition to Balance Green Goals and Economic Growth. For Emi Handayani teams, you are invited to the stage. Give applause for Ms. Emi Handayani. Okay, Ms. Emi Handayani, the time will be counted by the first word.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, sebelumnya, mungkin sebelum masuk ke paparan saya mau berpuisi dulu, berpantun dulu.
Oke.
Okay. The sun, like spread across the sky, open the window, feel the breeze arise. Let's greet with joy and cheer. A burning spirit casting dreams near. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My speak for my title, Harmonizing Indonesia Regulatory Framework on Energy Transition to Balance Green Goal and Economic Growth, with my partner Valen Maharani. And then I say about introduce myself. My name Emi and my partner Valen. And then I say about Indonesia faces a critical challenge, economic growth with climate action. And then global warming driven by fossil fuel, especially coal, creates economic dependency, while worsening climate change and international framework like Sustainable Development Goal, the Paris Agreement, and the Just Energy Transition Partnership JTP aim to transition from fossil fuel to renewable. Indonesia has committed to this initiative, but the implementation of GTP hasn't been optimal and presenting both challenges and opportunities for a cleaner future. Next. Today, discussion center of two key questions. First, what is the current state of Indonesian law and regulation regarding the implementation of GTP? And second, what strategies can be implemented to harmonize this regulation to ensure a balance between achieving green goal and fostering economic growth? And next slide. In the first section of our discussion, we'll discuss the exciting regulation related to GTP in Indonesia. And then similarities, one, align with global and national commitment. The regulation collectively reflect Indonesian commitment to international framework such as the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. And then two, promotion renewable energy and sustainable practice. Almost every regulation underscore the need to expand renewables such as solar, wind, biofuel, geothermal, and hydropower into the nation energy mix. And 3, I am to increase energy access, especially in rural and remote areas. A recurring theme in this instrument is the commitment to improving energy access among other underdeveloped remote and rural regions. 4, challenge with implementation and enforcement. Despite the
1 minute left.
Despite their ambitious goal, the regulation commonly face hurdles in actual implementation, inconsistent enforcement, lack of robust monitoring, infrastructural limitation, and economic constraints are repeatedly cited. And 5, economic and investment consideration. Almost every document acknowledges the role of economic factor and market forces. They address the need for significant investment in infrastructure and the role of private sector participation. And differences, one chronological and target variation. This regulation set different target. And 2, contradiction and implementation gap.
Time's up. Sorry, time's up. So thank you very much for Mrs. Mihandayani. So we come to the Q&A sessions. Because I don't see any questions in Google Docs, I will offer for the participants to deliver your questions directly. Is there any questions for Ms. Emmy? Okay, if there is no questions, I want to ask by myself because this is very interesting for your presentations. According to your presentations, I want to ask your opinion about the nuclear plants as the electricity that most of people see that this is very efficient and very promising through the efficient of the capitals, of course, in the economics promises. So how about your opinion about the nuclear plants? For
maybe as the Gabon System Tax 4 and APG Tax 4, it's true.
Jadi begini, untuk presentasi Ibu mengenai green goals, salah satunya adalah mengenai electricity. Dan banyak orang beranggapan bahwa nuklir adalah salah satu yang menjanjikan untuk hal itu. Bagaimana pendapat Ibu terkait hal ini?
Maybe it's my opinion. This is nuclear. This is very about nuclear. Maybe menurut
Maybe your assistants can also give assistance.
nuclear. Menjawab nuclear.
You may
You may.
come to the stage.
Silakan. Menjawab. Nuklir di sini. Biar berdua.
Okay, first, thank you for the question. I think about the nuclear for the energy transition in Indonesia is maybe one of the way to transition from fossil fuels to cleaner energy. But for the nuclear, we need more. I think we need more regulations or policy from government. So because nuclear, it has a big impact for our society, and it needs, I think it needs policy, a clear policy and a roadmaps. And other than nuclear, we have, we can use, Indonesia's, like we have many rivers, especially in South Sulawesi and West Java. We can use it other than the wind, the biothermal and geothermal, and another resources that we have. I think that's all from me.
Okay, so you support for this nuclear transition as the goals of the green goals that you have already mentioned before.
Yes, I think it can be one of the way for a transition from fossil fuels to greener energy, but it needs more policy or regulation from the government.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Give applause for our presenter, Miss Amy Handayani and Miss Valen Maharani. You may.
Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. You may return to your table. Okay, we come to the next presenter, Miss Hartuti Purwaneni, Purba. Yeah, I think this is mistyped. So, and the second author is Junjung Sahala Tuamanik, and the third author is Maisero, with the title All House Rubuha, Environmental Management Strategies for Sustainable Agriculture. Mr. Junjung.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Junjung, you may proceed your presentation, and the duration time will be counted by your first word.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to present our paper today in Icoleg. The title is All House or Rubuha Environmental Management Strategies for Sustainable. Yeah, Indonesian rice production in the last 7 years has decreased. If we look at the table, in the last 7 years, rice production has decreased by 4.7 million tons of milk dry gain or MDG. Meanwhile, in Central Java, rice production has also decreased in the last 7 years, around 0.7 MDG, while in 2023 to 2024, the decrease was 0.19 MDG. This decline is due to the climate change that has occurred in recent years. In addition to climate change, it's turned out that presence of rats is one of the cause of the decline in rice production in Central Java. And this is an important issue that must be followed up. It's not uncommon for rats to be the cause of crop failure. Some of the action taken by farmers to eradicate rats include to firstly using the grove biocan method, one of the traditional methods to catch rats directly using a net, and second, farmers also sometimes use natural pesticides such as pepper, and third, sometimes farmers also use modern traps, but sometimes this cause other animals to be trapped, and fourth, the use of rodenticida is also practiced by farmers, but this has a huge impact on the environment and human health. This is a good, but not effective. One method then that can be considered a way to conserve biodiversity is the implementation of sustainable agriculture. Farmers need a way to get rid of rats in a way that does not conflict or does not pollute the environment. One innovative approach being implemented is the use of barn owls or Tito alba as natural predators to control rat population. To support its sustainability, farmers must build rubuha or Indonesian rumah burung hantu or owl house to provide suitable habitats. Rubuha or rumah burung hantu can also be interpreted as an effort to maintain the sustainability of biodiversity as mandated by SDGs in Goals 15, which focus on terrestrial ecosystem. Research methodology, the study used a literature review approach to analyze the implementation of owl house as a strategy for rat pest control in agricultural areas. The study focused in Central Java. Yeah, owls are very powerful rat hunters with an average consumption for 4 until 5 rats per night. Several countries such as Israel and California in America have also been widely used owls as biological pest control of rats in agriculture. There are 30 districts in Central Java, and according to the literature we found, there are 70 districts that are actively involved in the conservation of rumah burung hantu. The findings in 17 districts indicate that Rubuha development effort carried out
1 minute
by district can be categorized into 4 types. The 7 districts with the highest rice production in Central Java is Cilacap, Grobogan, Sragen, Demak, Pati, Blora, and Brebes. And the conclusion, there are several points that can be concluded in the research. The first is ecological solution. Tito Alba also help our control rice field rat population, protecting crops while promoting sustainable agricultural practice, and Rubuha as a symbol, all has or Rubuha are not just structure, but represent ecological resilience and hope for farmers facing climate change and global uncertainties. And future vision or conservation can serve as an example of how simple nature-based solution can address complex environment and agricultural challenges through sustainable governance. Ideally, all regions should facilitate this solution through comprehensive policies to achieve optimal results. This is all I can say on today's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Junjung. Give applause for Mr. Junjung. Okay, it's very interesting presentations, especially about the Rubuha. So I think that it is a paradox to control the rats population as the pest for the agriculture. Because we can see the experience from the China in 1960s, Mao Zedong have already made a very phenomenal regulations that makes crop failure the biggest crop failure in China and also the biggest disaster of famine in China because due to the control of the rats populations. So this is a paradox because when you try to control the rats populations, it give a very significant impact for another creatures that is very needed for the agriculture, especially for the crops interest. So how about this Rubuha things? Is Rubuha can make a very significant to reduce the rats population, or it just only control the numbers?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I think. In our paper, we talk about Rubuha. It's only control the rats, not to kill all rats in file risk. I think it's my opinion.
Thank you very much. You may come to return to your table. Give applause for Mr. Junjung and the teams.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the next presenter, the 5th presenter from Retna Hanani as the first author, Kis Martini as the second author, and Yoga Aldi Saputra as the third author. The title of the articles is Regulatory Analysis of Indonesia's Sustainable Tourism Policy Framework, Balancing Economic Growth and Fighting Climate Change. For the presenter, you are invited to the stage.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Can you see that my presentation is very undip with all the picture of Pangeran Diponegoro appear very prominently. Okay, my name is Retna Hanani. I'm part of research project in sustainable tourism led by Professor Kis Martini over there and also supported by Mas Yoga Aldi. And this research is part of how we map the national framework, the national policy framework on sustainable tourism. What we do in our research is we are mapping the existing regulation that provide enforcement framework for tourism sustainability in Indonesia. By doing so, we hope that we can have a clear and comprehensive explanation on the existing regulation that can be helpful to sustain tourism practices in Indonesia. As we know that, maybe we can talk a little bit about this, that tourism is a very important element of Indonesian economy. It contributes 3.6% of the national GDP. it's huge component of our economy, but at the same time, it also produce side effects such as in waste management as well as in energy production. What we are doing in our research is on the next slide, which is we examine the legal framework existing at the moment. For example, we examine Law Number 10, 2009 on tourism. We also discussing about the ministerial regulation, which now has been revised in 2021. And we also conducting research on the National Action Plan on reducing gas emission. And we also look at how these policies following the national and international norm on concerning emission and gas reduction. The next one. What we found in our regulatory framework mapping, we find that sustainability is seen as an additional, as an add-on rather than the core principle of these regulations. In this regulation, we found that even though the government mentioned about conservation, it also, they don't have a clear understanding of metrics. For example, there is no emission cap, there is no clear sanction that should be enforced to local government or to tourism industry who does not comply with this regulation. This regulation also does not provide any space for local government to provide any local initiative in order to maintain sustainable tourism in their localities. But we also see that there are some best practices from Bali, Banyuwangi, and Labuan Bajo. In the next slide, please. In Bali, for example, as the speakers in the plenary session this morning has mentioned, that the Bali hospitality industry start to adopt solar panel and banning of the one single-use bottles. In Banyuwangi, there's also some grassroots initiative in utilizing waste solution by community. In Labuan Bajo, there's also integration of green transportation and coastal restoration. This shows that the national goal should be achieved through localized, context-sensitive action at the tourism areas. Based on this mapping, we provide some policy recommendations. The first one is we recommend that the government, especially at the national level, should create what we call as dedicated sustainability unit, preferably under Bappenas and or presidential unit. And the second recommendation is that we need a national advocacy for a nationwide carbon monitoring system, especially for tourism industry. And the third one, it's very important for to create some kind of call for green incentives, especially for tourism industry. For example, tax rebates and more education of sustainability tourism, also for the tourists themselves. It also, we highlight also the importance of some kinds of space for local leadership to create and to improve their capability to implement these policies and reform it effectively. Thank you. I think that's all for our research, ongoing research project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Retna Hanani. Okay. Is there any questions for the participants for our current presenter about the regulations about the tourism policy? There's the questions. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Retna Hanani. You may return to your tables. Give applause for the fifth presenter, Ms. Retna Hanani. So we come to the next presenter from the Professor Rova Setiawati as the first author. The second author is Mr. Agus Sarano, Mr. Buhidin, Mrs. Islamiati, Ms. Alia Shifa, and then Ms. Kolihaftul Muna, with the title of the article is Sharia Compliance in Mitigating Legal Risk of Islamic Banks to Support the Green Economy. Mr. Agus Sarano.
First of all, I say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Agus Sarno. I'm from Undip. And I'm appointed by my group to be a presenter of this afternoon meeting. And I would like to try to read what has already been conveyed to the committee. Progressive law and sustainable development goals, catalyst for environmental justice in global. Second,
yes, the committees haven't received any.
So Mrs. Rafa hasn't confirmed. Okay, I give you.
We're waiting for the presentations will be displayed by the operator. Is it okay?
Well, I would like to convey what it has already been in my first state, but I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that it has not been given to the committee. Actually, my article is talking about how to implement the principle of Islamic law in the development of green economy. So far, the problem of development of economy is actually connected with unhonesty and then illegalized. And of course, there will be many principles in Islamic law. Wisdom, something like this. These principles, or those principles, are actually very good principle if it is applied in development of green economy. Yeah. So far, we, the authors of this article, anxiety about the development of green economy, or maybe also the development of blue economy and also red economy, sorry. But though it is applied, or the principle of Islamic law applied in that area, of course, it should be given a good personality of the man who are operating that procedure. In this case, the man behind the gun do not apply the principle in their life. So some persons say that actually our country is very rich, but in fact we are in the poor community. That's why we offer the principle of Islamic law, such as wisdom, honesty, something like this. And in Arabic we say amanah, and so on and so on. If it is followed by the man behind the ganja, I think we are sure that sooner our development, especially related to this topic, is related to green economy, will be more or much better and much better. That's why in this article I would like to have consideration or maybe some sentences given to the government. Actually, development itself is not only the problem whether this country rich or not, but the problem is also connected with the quality of human being, even here as a soft skill like akhlak. Every day we see in the television or YouTube and so on, so many corruption, so many corrupter do something
1
like
minute
this.
left.
But they are not ashamed, they are not embarrassed. So corruption as bad habit do not is not supposed to be the bad one. That's why this is my consideration and my conclusion. And of course, I would like to enlarge my explanation in writing article. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Mr. Agus Sarono. You may return to your table.
No question.
Because we will not run out of the time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. For the next presenter, okay, because we have already served coffee and snacks, you may also take your coffee or snacks, but
sometimes people need this sort of thing. But the state sometimes, like education, is afraid or not brave enough to make a change. Because it's, I think it's good, it's right. I think it'll be
environmentally friendly finance. Yeah. Give applause for Mr. Asrori S. Karni. Mr. Asrori, the duration time will be started by your first word.
Okay,
may
thank you.
proceed.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, our title is Post Omnibus Law Consolidation of Sharia Authority in Supporting Fatwa-Based Environmentally Friendly Finance. I start my presentation from 5 key foundation. Yes. Number 1, 2, and 3 are the dynamic come from omnibus law in financial sector. And then number 4 and 5, the current development in the fatwa institution. 1, this is something new from the omnibus law, that is institutional consolidation of Syariah authority. Yeah. PPSK, Undang-Undang Pengembangan Penguatan Sektor Keuangan, or PPSK law, as the platform to unified Syariah financial governance. And the second, we'll talk about transformation of fatwa into binding regulation. This is also something new from PPSK law. And the third, about sustainable finance enhancement, that PPSK law provisions supporting environmentally conscious finance. And the fourth, about environmental stewardship in Sharia fatwa, fatwa MUI from 2006 and 2023, advocating for environmental protection. And the fifth, it is the gap, yes. We need integration gap in economic fatwa because 160 fatwa DSN MUI that focus on economy, especially on Islamic economy, yet to fully embed environmental values. Next slide, yes. This is the picture of the new dynamic of after omnibus law in financial sector, that is the dynamic from fragmentation to consolidation of Sharia authority. Before omnibus law, Sharia authority has two model, open model and closed model. Open model that the holder of Sharia authority held by MUI and one institution, and the closed model exclusively MUI. Okay, and before omnibus law, all legal framework about Islamic finance, no explicit focus on sustainable finance. Also, fatwa of DSN MUI, 160 fatwa on Islamic economy, no direct attention to environmental sustainability. But after omnibus law, the institution of Sharia authority consolidated to the MUI. This consolidation consists of three pillars. Yes. Uniform definition of Sharia authority, and the important point is PPSK law also regulate the mechanism for transformation fatwa into binding regulation. And then this new regulation give opportunity to consolidate holster green Sharia finance because of two points. One, there is sustainable finance chapter in Undang-Undang PPSK, and there is fatwa in 2023 of MUI about climate change mitigation. The next slide is yes. Omnibus law also regulate the specific provision about transformation of fatwa into regulation. It gives the certainty that bridging fatwa from the religious norm to the public law.
Time's up. Sorry, time's up. Thank you very much, Mr. Asrari, for your presentations. So, is there any questions for the other participants in this venue? Okay, so there's the question I want to ask personally to Mr. Asrari.
Okay.
Mr. Asrari, according to your experience in MUI, I want to ask about, this is the matter of the problems during all fatwas of MUI. All of the fatwa MUIs, especially in economic matters, is human-centric approach or anthropocentrism. It's all about human anthropocentrism, human-centric approach, pendekatan terhadap manusia, rather than environmental. So that's why most of the economic fatwas is all about human, right? Yeah. What's your opinion about your experience in MUI?
Yes, I will explain by, please open me a bit again the number. Yes, MUI has two institutions that has authority to issue fatwa. Yes, the first one is Komisi Fatwa Commission that issue general issue. The next maybe, and one institution specific for economic fatwa. Yeah. Actually, MUI has big attention to the environmental issue, and I show in this paper. But this issue on environmental issued by Komisi Fatwa, by Fatwa Commission. So there are two institutions different. So by this research, I recommend to integrate, to harmonize, yes, the principle of environmental value to the fatwa on economic. Yes, I understand why DSN MUI that issue economic fatwa not pay attention enough to the environmental issue, because they start by put the fundamental principle on akad, on taxation. And I hope after Omnibus Law, it will be harmonized. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asrori.
Okay.
Is there any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Asrori. Give applause for Mr. Asrori.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, the next presenter is come from the Miss Dr. Ami Sumarmi, and the second author is Fajar Prima Julian with the title "The Law Enforcement of Mining in Coastal Areas for Environmental Justice of the Indigenous People of Sangihe Island." The presenter? Yeah. You may proceed your presentations.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chalanta Diva Maharani, and today I will representing my team to present about the paper that we made. And the title is "The Law Enforcement of Mining in Coastal Areas for Environmental Justice of the Indigenous People of Sangihe Island." This paper was written by Amik Sumarmi, Retno Sarasvati, Fajar Prima Julian, Chalanta Diva Maharani, and Vinova Herullah Tolemadia. Next slide, please. Next slide more. So, as an archipelagic country, Indonesia has so many islands that contain natural resources. And one of the islands is Sangihe Island. Sangihe has so many potential, especially in fisheries and minerals. But gold is become the main star there. And the amount is estimated at 3.16 million tons. So because of that potential, Sangihe became a gold mining area run by a company named Tambang Mas Sangihe, or TMS, who was given a work contract from the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources to exploit natural resources in Sangihe Island. The contract is applicable for 33 years, which means the contract violates the regulations in the mineral and coal law, because it's supposed to be has a maximum of 10 years and a maximum addendum of 2 times for 10 years each. Besides that, the gold mining has an area of 42,000 hectares, and as we can see on the maps, it's more than half of Sangihe Islands. All of that is also our reasons why we choose the title, because we found that there is a small island that really needs our attention because there's a lack of environmental justice. Next slide, please. So the method that we use is a doctrinal approach by examining legislations. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the main substance. Sangihe Island is located in North Sulawesi province and geographically being part of the Wallacea biogeographic region. They have a traditional ceremony called Tulude, which is a traditional ceremony that aims to purify all that is wrong, including the damage in the environment. Next. The impact. So, in practice, although mining is a promising sector for Indonesia's economic development, there are also a significant impact that we have to overcome. First, gold mining has damaged the environment, like sedimentations. Second, the residents of Bulu village no longer can consume seafood due to fears of contamination from heavy metal waste. And third, even before mining began, there's a local wisdom such as restrictions on cutting sago trunks, the obligation to plant trees upon marriage and childbirth, and a ban on cutting trees near water sources. It's obvious that mining activity really affected the indigenous people in Sangihe Island. Next. The law enforcement. The people of Buone village filed a lawsuit to Jakarta Administrative Court in 2021. This is the law enforcement effort from the Sangihe community. In this case, TMS is accused of maladministrations, including insufficient public participation, arbitrary land pricings, violations of laws and regulations, and locating the mine in disaster-prone area. Unfortunately, the lawsuit is rejected. So, following the rejections, the people of Buone village then filed an appeal with the Jakarta High Administrative Court. The judges then ordered the minister to revoke the decree it had issued. In response to the revoked decisions, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources and TMS filed a cassation to Supreme Court, but the appeal was not granted. And the decision is the cancellations of TMS mining contract.
1 minute left.
It makes it clear that TMS mining activities no longer have a legal basis, but TMS still continues to conduct illegal mining activities. Next. So the conclusion is Sangihe Island has other natural resources besides gold that can be utilized, such as fisheries. Second, TMS does not see the Supreme Court's decisions as part of the law enforcement because they still run the mining activities until now. Third, it's necessary to harmonize the regional regulations with the law on minerals and coal and the law on coastal zone and small islands management. And fourth, in enforcing the law, judges in Indonesia are expected to act like judges in Jakarta High Administrative Court and Supreme Court that reflects the progressive approach by judges in resolving cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Miss Kalandita. Kalanta, Chalanta, okay. Miss Kalanta, I have already seen the one question from the Google Doc from Aji Bayu Sejati. As far I know, Sangihe has been a mining area for a long time. So what do you think about the continuations of mining activities on Sangihe Island? Will it be completely eliminated? If it is eliminated, then what about the economic sector on the island? That's the question.
Okay, thank you for the question. So the answer is yes, the mining activities must be eliminated. Because if we search it on the law on coastal zone and small islands management, there is regulation that an island with an area or less than or equal to 2,000 square kilometers are prohibited for mining activities. The fact is, Sangihe's area is only around 700 square kilometers. So basically, Sangihe isn't qualified for mining activities. And for the economic sector, Sangihe also has marine activities like fisheries and also plantations, agricultural that can be utilized. So in Sangihe Island, gold isn't the only one natural resources that can be utilized to increasing the economic sector in Sangihe Island. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kalanta. Give applause for our 8th presenter. You may come back to your table. And then the next presenter is come from the first author, Ahmad Nur Sodik, and the second author is Gemma Arliadi Desta. Oh, Mas Gemma. The title of the articles is The Urgency to Change and Strengthen the Indonesian Plantation Law to Protect the Environment. Mr. Gema, the time of durations will be start by your first word. You may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to be presented with such an honorable opportunity to be here and speak before you all. I'm going to present the urgency to change and strengthen the Indonesian plantation law in Mr. Ahmad Nursadik's behalf. As we can see that Indonesia's plantation sector plays a vital role in the national economy, contributing significantly and providing employment for millions, and it contributed trillions towards our GDP with consistent growth. However, the sector faces critical challenges, including deforestation, environmental destruction, and etc. These issues require our utmost attention and stronger legal frameworks to ensure sustainable development while protecting the environment. Next slide. There are several environmental impact of land use changes, such as deforestation, which is one of Indonesia's major problems, mostly due to land expansion for oil palm plantations and mining activities. And then there are climate change, where land use changes cause significant climate shifts indicated by the heat island intensity between urban areas and plantation areas. And then also, land use changes can also lead to land conflicts. Dispute between plantation companies and local communities regarding land rights frequently occur in Indonesia. Next. To give a proper description about how weak our law enforcement is, especially regarding the plantation crimes in Indonesia, our current penalties about plantation crimes in Indonesia based on Article 107 of the plantation law categorizes plantation crimes as minor offenses with maximum imprisonment of only 4 years. This is proportionately low, especially when you compare with other sectors. The forestry law, for example, provides much harsher penalties for almost similar offenses. This is really sad, considering that the environmental damage that these crimes can cause is similar. Next slide. Also regarding land use change regulations, the Indonesian plantation law does not specifically regulate the land use changes in the plantation sector. Instead, it focuses on management of plantation crop processing units and business diversification effort as listed previously in Article 44. This includes activities like agrotourism or combining plantation crops with forest crops. Next slide. There are plenty of land exploitation opportunities that stems from this legal loophole that are in Article 28 in the Government Regulation Number 18/2021. Well, this legal loophole basically creates an opportunity for business actors holding cultivation rights to grant land exploitation to other parties or mining businesses. There are a lot of positive impacts too that we can gain from land use changes, such as natural job creation, increased community income, and educational increase of development of educational infrastructure, and etc. But there are also heavy negative impacts that we should bear, such as forest destruction, significant deforestation, and loss of livelihoods as seen in East Kalimantan, and it can exacerbate flooding problems as occurred in the Jambi province. Next slide. There are several factors that can contribute to land conversion, such as financial aspect, where it's for natural resources exploration is often used to gain personal benefits or personal credits, and then for global market uncertainty, because of uncertainty in global markets towards our crops, it leads to companies to change their core business or diversify their crops in order to survive. And then for business expansion purposes and then conflict resolution purposes, where land conversion is sometimes used as a form of conflict resolution when plantation areas are damaged by tree felling or looting. Next slide. There are also several modus operandi of plantation crimes, such as initial theft, land occupation, land transfer, and misinformation. Next slide.
1 minute left.
And go to our case study about tea plantation destruction. The criminal activity here is that the looters cut down the tea plants in PT Perkebunan Nusantara Regional 2, causing material losses of approximately 127 billion rupiah. This case was then tried at Garut District Court, and then witness testified that Marga Mulia village experienced flooding as a direct result of the plantation crimes. The judge then sentenced defendants to 10 months imprisonment, longer than the prosecutor's request of 5 months. Next slide. This show you all about the criminal provisions comparison, especially regarding plantation crimes, is extremely low. The rise in cases of plantation logging and unauthorized land use demonstrate the weakness of plantation law enforcement in Indonesia. Next slide. There are several recommendations that we can use to strengthen our plantation law, such as to form a special team.
Time's up.
Thank you so much.
Pardon me. Okay. Give applause for our ninth presenter, Mr. Gema. Mr. Gema, you may return to your table. Thank you very much. Okay, the 10th presenter is come from Miss Augustin Rina Herawati with the second author Nawasasi Wicahyo Artiko, Haji Muhammad Nurul Huda, Miss Idahayu Dwimanti, Miss Endang Larasati Seneningsi, and Miss Novita Hasari with the title of article is Digitalization of Public Services for a Climate Resilience, Opportunities and Challenges. The presenter, you are invited to the stage. Give applause for our 10th presenter. The duration of presentation will be begin by your first word. You may proceed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for this time. Good afternoon, everyone, and all participants in this occasion. Today, I will present our paper titled Digitalization of Public Services for Climate Resilient Opportunities and Challenges. We have 5 authors here. Ibu Agustin Rina Herawati, Bapak Muhammad Nurul Huda, Profesor Endang Larasati, and then Idahayu and Novita Apsari. What is the research background? Why this topic is crucial and very important? I think this topic is not only timely, but also crucial and shaping the future. This paper aims to reveal the opportunities and challenges of implementing digital public services in climate mitigation and adaptation, focusing on policy integration, access equity, and system sustainability. As we know that climate crisis impact have threatened the sustainability of ecosystem, economic, and communities worldwide. IPCC report that global temperatures increase and increasing visible impact as extreme weather intensity. How about in Indonesia? Rising sea level, disruption of food production, and based on data Bappenas recorded that economic losses due climate-related disaster. And the second reason is stereotype of our bureaucratic. Limitation of conventional governance, bureaucratic inefficiency, policy fragmentation, and lack of access hinder effective climate response using traditional public service system. Digitalization as a solution. AI, IoT, big data can improve disaster response, and we can use satellites, climate prediction, and citizen participation, and many platforms like Lapor Group, Lapor ITA at that time, etc. And then challenges in implementation, low digital skill among civil servants. And then the 5th, need for inclusive digital transformation. Government policy have must support this condition. Every public service operator have to be create innovative program. And then the methodology. The study uses a qualitative approach with a narrative research method to explore the opportunities and challenges of digitalizing public service for climate resilience. The narrative method compiled critical stories from secondary data sources, including peer-reviewed article 2018 until 2024, from databases like Science Direct, official documents such as Indonesia, RPJMN, UNDP, and World Bank report. Result and discussion. opportunity of digital public services for climate resilience, efficiency and effectiveness of disaster management. Digital tools like IoT and AI improve climate disaster response, but their impact is limited by infrastructure gap and low digital skill. Transparency in fund and resources reallocation. Digitalization boosts transparency and accountability in climate funding, helping prevent corruption, improve impact, and build public trust through real-time reporting and public oversight. And challenges in implementing the digital public service, digital infrastructure gap, bureaucratic resistance, program and data security vulnerabilities. Conclusion, digital public services can boost climate resilience by improving disaster response, transparency, and community involvement. Technologies like big data, IoT, and AI cut disaster response time by up to 75%. Blockchains improve fund accountability, reducing budget leakage by 30%. Challenges include poor digital infrastructure in rural areas, low public sector digital skill, and cybersecurity risks like major data leaks. Success requires equitable digital access, better digital literacy, stronger data protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miss Ida. Give applause for Miss Ida. You may return to the table. The next presenter is come from Abdul Qadir Jailani as the first author, and the second author is Reza Octavia Kusumaningtyas, with the title of the article is The Impact of Halal Tourism Regulation to Achieve Sustainable Tourism. Ms. Reza, your presentation is only 5 minutes. The duration will be started by your first word. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Reza Octavia Kusumaningtyas, and today I will present my research titled The Impact of Halal Tourism Regulations to Achieve Sustainable Tourism. To begin, I would like to provide an overview of why tourism plays a vital role in Indonesia's economic development and why the concept of sustainable tourism, including halal tourism, has become increasingly important. Tourism is one of the strongest sectors driving Indonesia's economy. But the tourism is not only about economic gain. It must also protect the culture, community, and the environment. Okay, next slide. Sustainable tourism principles have 4 pillars. First, good governance. Second, economic sustainability. Third, cultural preservation. And fourth, environmental protection. And the problem, in West Nusa Tenggara, halal tourism is growing, but several problems remain. First, there is overlapping authority between national and local regulations. Second, halal tourism policies focus mostly on branding and profit, and social inclusion and environmental protection are often ignored. Without a strong legal framework, halal tourism risks becoming unsustainable. Next slide. In this research, we use empirical legal research using both legal and sociological approach. We analyzed how regional regulation number 2 of 2016 is implemented in West Nusa Tenggara.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the question. So for me, the Outer Space Treaty and also the Liability Convention and so many international space law regulations are still outdated until now, because we know that nowadays there are so many private entities from all around the world, especially from developed countries like maybe Blue Origins, SpaceX, and also Virgin Galactics from the UK maybe. So these many growings of the private entities, they really like domain the international space law, and because there is no binding mechanisms and binding procedures on how to preserve the space environments and also the low Earth orbits environments, these nations and these space
opportunities in hotels, restaurants, transportation, and tour service. To achieve truly sustainable halal tourism, we need inclusive governance involving local communities, the government, businesses, and scholars. Halal certification that includes eco-friendly standards and integration with the Sustainable Development Goals, especially Goals 8, 12, and 13. But it must be guided by stronger laws that balance economic growth, social welfare, and environmental protection by aligning halal tourism with Maqasid Sharia and SDGs. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I welcome any question or comment from the audience.
Give applause for Miss Miss Resti ya? Reza Octavia. Okay. Okay, the question from the Google Doc is come from Resti Dian Lutfiati. The question is, do the authors consider the halal tourism regulation successful in achieving sustainability?
Okay. Thank you for Ms. Resti for the question. How halal tourism regulation successful in achieving sustainability? I think it's partially will the regulation supports economic and cultural growth. It falls short on environmental protection. Ensuring halal compliance in tourism requires a comprehensive and integrated approach involving standard certification processes, continuous monitoring, environmental consideration, public transparency, and strong coordination among legal and institutional framework. I think the holistic sustainability principle outlined in sustainable tourism have not been fully reflected in the development of halal tourism in West Nusa Tenggara from an environmental perspective. The sustainability of tourism is at risk due to the potential ecological damage that could result from the short-term economic success. And I think this regulation is capable of establishing a tourism environment that inclusive, secure, and comfortable from Muslim tourists, or will also ensuring that environmental sustainability and local community involvement are.
This study aim to determine whether Pandawara Group content foster environmental awareness among generation Z. The method of this article is this research is included in a qualitative research with an empirical approach. Data collection involving two stages. One,
second author Nicholas Putra, and the third author is Tika Sri Anggraini, with the title of article is Achieving Sustainable Development Goals SDGs by Preparing Environmental, Social, and Government ASG Minded Future Leaders. Give applause for Miss Resti Dian Lutfiati.
Okay, first of all, good afternoon everyone, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, first of all, I want to introduce our authors. The first is me, Resti Dian Lutfiati, and then the second author is Nicholas Wicaksono Prakoso Putro, as a senior legal counsel petrochemical company in Jakarta, and the last author is Dika Sri Anggrahini as an auditor EcoCert Southeast Asia, Singapore. The title is Achieving Sustainable Development Goals by Preparing Environmental, Social, and Governance ESG-Minded Future Leader. Then next. In the introduction, yes, ESG consideration have become essential in modern business management. Some of these standards are mandated by the laws and regulation of the countries in which business operate, while others emerge from stakeholders, expectation, and investor pressure due to growing concern about human rights and environmental issues. Next. Okay. The absence of specific regulation governing ESG is also a current focus of the Indonesian government. Meanwhile, higher education institutions play an important role in integrating knowledge about ESG, including knowledge related to strategic planning to optimize corporate social responsibility, or as we know, CSR programs, to pioneer environmentally friendly innovation and development. Next. Collaboration between the government, NGO, and Green Campus. The presence of ESG aims to support companies in balancing healthy business in the long term. The first is the significance of ESG practice in sustaining organizational values. And the second is ESG-minded future leader in the Green Campus through CSR program. And the last is harmonization of laws and regulation. Next. About ESG is a set of criteria used by investors to evaluate companies based on their sustainability and ethical impact. Environmental, social, and governance are the three components. The past few years have witnessed a notable increase in interest pertaining to ESG-oriented investment from both domestic and international investors. ESG and corporate value have a very strong positive correlation, including ESG in.
Are you ready? For Bunga Jasmine Pujihapsari or his team, her team, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. I'm really happy and honored to join this conference and to share my research with all of you. My name is Dinda Aprilia. Today I will be presenting my research on the impact of sustainable tourism on tourism village, which focus on sustainable tourism practice in rural development and legal tourism regulation. First of all, this research is motivated by the delegation of authority from the central government to local government in various government affairs, including tourism management. Article 12, paragraph 3, letter B states that tourism is one of the concurrent governmental affairs, granting local government the right to formulate tourism management policy.
Energy institutional rules deployment. As a result, the ESG-minded graduates from Green Campus can have more added value and bargaining power to be absorbed by the company to sharp, enhance, and strengthen the implementation of the ESG framework. Next. Okay. How about the law and regulation? Attention to environmental, social, and governance issues in Indonesia has increased since the country committed.
Excuse me, the time's already up.
However,
Okay, thank you.
implementation has not fully addressed.
We come to the Q&A session, and I have already seen here there is one questions for Ms. Reza Octavia. You may deliver your questions personally.
Okay, thank you. I have one question to Ms. Resti. How's the technical process of collaboration between the government and higher education institutions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Reza. Because of the time is up, so I cannot introduce about the potential and chance collaboration between the government and higher educational institution. We have university that labeling green campus, right? Like in this university maybe, and there is a significant potential and chance to collaboration, including by research, community services, and exactly by making public policy developments such as policy briefs. We can discuss about it, make a workshop, monitoring and evaluation, then we have to implement it with the NGOs. And the one of in NGOs can be related in this case. And then the last is sustainable partnership by increase the internship program for the graduate student from the university that labeling as a green campus. Maybe that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question from the Ms. Reza and then the great answer from Ms. Resti. We give applause for Ms. Resti. Thank you very much. You may return to your table. Okay, next presenter is come from the articles with the authors, Professor Retno Saraswati, and the second author is Ahmad Najib, and the third author is Lela Chandra Octaviawan with the title of
implementation on the management of tourism community is evident from that sustainable tourism has the main goal of being planned with three objectives, namely profit, environment, and community. Conclusion. The management of tourism village must be adhered to the principle of sustainable tourism as mandated by the tourism law and the regulation of the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy number 9 of 2021 regarding sustainable tourism guidelines and grounded in ecological justice. Sustainable management of tourism village has an impact and influence of achieving increased economic growth.
The seabird, coral reef die off in silence, and local fishermen return home with empty net. This is the dual reality of Belitung, a land blessed with natural wonders yet burdened by environmental degradation and legal neglect. My name is Lela Chandra Octaviawan, and today I'm honored to present my research with Professor Ratna Saraswati and Mr. Ahmad Najib, entitled Legal Development Based on Ecotourism as an Effort to Protect the Natural Heritage of Belitung. Belitung Regency it's one of Indonesia's most promising ecotourism destinations. It is home to 3 internationally geoheritage sites, including tin mineral, tektis or batu satam, and tor granite. These features are now globally acknowledged by UNESCO as part of the Belitung Global Geopark. Next. From that data, tourism grew rapidly after the release of the film Laskar Pelangi. However, like many other destinations, Belitung was hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, with visitor numbers dropping by more than 16% in 2020. But the good news, recovery came quickly. By 2022, over 300,000 tourists visited the islands, generating more than 42.5 billion in local revenues. However, behind this growth are serious problems. Unregulated tin mining is harming the environment. Tourism and environmental policies often don't match, causing confusion, and local people are much involved, even though they are most affected. Therefore, this research doesn't simply ask how to attract more tourism. It asks how tourism can be made legally sustainable, locally empowering, and environmentally safe. Next. To answer that, we employ a dual legal research approach combining doctrinal and non-doctrinal methods. Next. we emphasize the community-based ecotourism model, which position local communities as the primary actors and the government as a facilitator. First, conservation. It means ecotourism must preserve both natural ecosystem and cultural heritage. And then society participation. It means local residents should be active planner and direct beneficiaries. And then third, economic benefits. It means tourism should strengthen local business and minimize external exploitation. This model also highlights the importance of environmental education, local wisdom, and inclusive decision making. In Belitung, ecotourism is not just tourism strategy. It's over a legal and environmentally alternative to mining-based development, paving the way toward a greener and more equitable economy. Next. While Belitung holds extraordinary potential for ecotourism, its implementation faces significant legal, environmental, and governing challenges that only threaten the island's ecological sustainability, but also reveal critical gaps in accountability, inclusivity, and legal coherence. First, tourism, marine, and mining policies are not well coordinated, causing overlapping permits, conflict, and poor planning. And then illegal tin mining is still common, even in protected areas like Teluk Kalabat Dalam, damaging mangrove, coral reefs, and risking health for fishing communities. And then law enforcement is weak and uncoordinated, despite exciting rules like RZWP 3K and Geopark Protection Law, limited research, and poor monitoring slow down implementation. And then community participation is mostly used for show. Locals are often left out of real decision, which leads to distrust and less empowerment. To address these challenges, next. We propose set legal policy strategies that prioritize sustainability, justice, and collaboration, making law more than just regulation. First, optimize the implementation of RZWP regulation by using special mapping tools, cross-sector coordination, and strict licensing control for coastal activities. And then strengthen environmental law enforcement through transparent monitoring system and firm section. And then encourage public-private community partnership where the tourism industry and local communities are actively involved in decision-making and benefit sharing. And then adopt the community-based ecotourism model which empowers local as tourism leaders through training, education, and economic support. Next, in conclusion, let us remember Belitung Islands has a strong ecological potential supported by UNESCO Global Geopark status and unique natural heritage. However, it faces serious challenges such as illegal mining, weak law enforcement, and low community involvement. This research saw that legal development when aligned with ecotourism principle, especially conservation, society participation, and economic benefit can be a key strategy to protect the natural heritage of Belitung. Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lela Chandra. Okay, there is one question from Mr. Fatham. You may deliver your questions.
Okay, thank you. My question is, how does your research justify improvement preservation when local livelihoods are often tied to environmentally harmful activities? So even if people understand the need for preservation, they still ask, what's it for us?
Okay, thank you for the question. If we want sustainable tourism in Belitung to success, we need to look what's really happened in the community. This isn't just about replacing mining with tourism. It's about how people are already starting to change and how we can support the true community-based ecotourism model. Based on our interviews and research, we found that tin mining in Belitung has declined as many sites are exhausted and people are more aware of its environmental and social impact. And then now tourism has become Belitung's biggest source of local income. People are directly involved running homestay and then boat rentals, culinary service, and travel business. These are real jobs with real income. But there are still challenges. For example, the central government has taken back control of environmental permits that raises concern that local zoning, especially for protected areas, might be ignored. That's why we need to clear and consistent law enforcement that support both local and national goals. So CBA is not an alternative. It shall be the main foundation of sustainable tourism in Belitung. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lela Chandra. Give applause for our 13th presenter. We come to the next presenter. Is come from Aditya.
Alright, based on this study, it can be concluded that nickel mining in Indonesia has significant environmental impacts on surrounding areas. Although Indonesia holds the largest nickel reserves in the world, approximately to 23%, and downstream policies have increased economic value. Mining activities have led to water pollution, deforestation, coastal ecosystem damage, and socio-economic impacts on local communities. These conditions contradict the principle of environmental justice as guaranteed in Article 28H of the 1945 Constitution.
And I will be presenting our research from our team along with Professor Nanik Trihastuti and Mr. Pulung Widiharyananto. And in this valuable occasion, our presentation, we're going to be presenting on our research titled Ensuring State Implementation and Compliance with the Environmental Impact Assessments Regulations under the BBNG Treaty. Next. So, on the introduction and backgrounds, the evolution of our ocean governance start from the traditional views of mare clausum, or the closed seas, where sea only falls under a limited jurisdiction of certain nations, and also the mare liberums, or the open seas, where everyone shall be able to utilize the sea and the resources. Along the way, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or the UNCLOS 1982, introduces us to the maritime zone as we know today, which is the territorial water, the contiguous zone, and the exclusive economic zone. All these maritime zones are only limited for several matters, which would results into a high seas or area beyond national jurisdictions. The current development of ocean utilizations, where increasing human activities in area beyond national jurisdictions threatens the marine biodiversity and the ecosystem health in the area beyond national jurisdiction. Next. Now, the BBNG Treaty, or the agreements under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on Marine Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, or BBNG for short, are adopted on June 2023, so it's fairly new or recent international legal instruments having or holding 4 regulatory pillars. The first being the fair and equitable sharings of benefits from marine genetic resources, the area-based management tools, capacity buildings and technology transfers, and our main topic for today, which is the environmental impact assessments, or in Indonesians called the analisis mengenai dampak lingkungan atau AMDAL. Next. Next. Okay, so I'm gonna continue otherwise. Why the environmental impact assessment is important? As recognized in various international legal instruments, AEA, or the Environmental Impact Assessment, is a process that results in the written statements to serve as a guideline for stakeholders to provide them with the crucial information regarding how the proposed activities would impact the environment. Firstly recognized under the Stockholm Regulations under Principle 21, these obligations have been supported by various international legal instruments such as the UNCLOS 1982, the CBD, or the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the ESPOO Convention, or the Anti-Transboundary Harms, which also been backed up by multiple judgments from international judicial bodies like the ICJ and ICLOS. Next. Why the AEA on BBNG is important? So up until recently, until the BBNG has been adopted, the regulations on environmental impact assessment on a BNG is fragmented into 2 regimes. First, it was based on the limited activities. Second, it was based on a narrow geographical scope. So
1 minute left.
So the AEA in BBNG act as a general obligation, or the umbrella rules of obligation for all states to conduct the environmental impact assessments in the area beyond national jurisdiction. Next. So this is the key provisions under obligation of BBNJ Treaty. Next. Now we come to the most important parts of our presentation, which is the implementation and compliance. Under the Article 55, the Implementation and Compliance Committee shall be facilitative in nature and function in a manner that is transparent and non-punitive. So every non-compliance is not met with a dispute settlement, but rather in a facilitative nature, such as technological transfers and financial and technical assistance. Next. So the last stage is the model or the proposals that used under the BBNJ system.
Thank you.
That will be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aditya Agung Pratama. So I will open the Q&A sessions. Is there any questions from you? Okay, because there is no questions, you may come back to your table. Give applause for Mr. Aditya Agung Pratama for the great presentations. We come to the next presenter from Miss Anjanitri Fatarini, and the second author is Muhammad Arif Julian, the third author is Azaria Eda Pradana, and the fourth author is Aulia Nur Aini, with the title of article is From UNCLOS to Local Implementation, the Case of Illegal Shrimp Pond in Karimun Jawa, Indonesia. Give applause for Miss Anjanitri.
Practice and legal process. Yeah, it is something that we want to focus legal process. Yeah, only there are 4 news. It is the result when talking about the theme of environmental damage. Yeah, so the dominant it is environmental destruction. Next. Now, other thing that we want to know is all the article or news apply about principle of environmental journalism. Yeah, when we are talking environmental journalism, we are talking at least 3 principles: social awareness, recommendation to the government or community, and attitude formation. So based on the research, only 16 news or 46 news stories that apply all the principle. Yeah, the others just part of the principle. Yeah, so it is the 14 news item related to environmental justice apply all the principle.
Next.
Related to the impact on
the illegal action not only on their unlicensed or illegal activity, but also the discharge of wastewater without necessary treatment infrastructure. The waste discards are occurring in mangrove area, and 5 installation is passing the national park zone, like is illustrated on this picture. You can see that this picture shows the 5 installations that passing the mangrove area that's part of national park conservation area. This action eventually brings to environmental harm. Next. But in contrary, we see that Indonesia has ratified the Law of the Sea, or United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, which forced state parties to prevent, reduce, and control marine pollution. Actually, existing literature talking about the UNCLOS in Indonesia, always talking about IU fishing or about territorial disputes, but rarely talking about the maritime protection, especially talking about the pollutions that came from land-based pollution that polluted marine environment. Next. So this study has objective to examine Indonesian commitment to UNCLOS, to assess the alignment of national and local legal instruments with international obligations, which is UNCLOS, also its implementation barriers. Next. We employ a qualitative descriptive approach using secondary data
and also doing legal analysis to assess how international norms align with national and local regulations. Next. So, yeah, the framework. Okay, thank you. Yeah, for this study, we try to see a nexus between discipline of international relations, international law, and environmental crime studies. For the international law, the compliance theory is one of the theory that we always talking when we see that how the state behavior involving the provision of stipulated in international agreement. And for the international relations, we try to see from the constructivism theory that talking when state comply with one of the international law is talking about the degree of appropriateness. And the last is in the environmental crime studies, we are talking in the green criminology that talking about anthropocentrism. Next. So there are some key findings we see from international, national, and local law. The first is in international, we see that Indonesia actually ratified law number 7 in 1985. Next. And nationally, we also see that there are regulations on the national sphere, on the national level, that talking about marine conservation and regulating about controlling marine pollution. And also next, in the local regulation, it's clearly explained that in Karimun Jawa district, it's prohibited to do waterborne fisheries. So next.
Time is up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Ms. Anjani. So we come to the next, we come to the Q&A sessions, and we see here there is one question from Mr. Rizky Permana. Mr. Rizky Permana? Okay. Can you pass the microphone? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Rizky Permana.
Thank you so much. Interesting presentation. However, I have a question regarding the applicability of UNCLOS because it's a pond. Then from the picture, I just know that it is landward side for the baseline. So my question would be, what is the rules that will be applicable here? Also, the land-based pollution, one of the rules that is applicable here, but is there any more rules that could be applicable there? Because in my view, it would be fully under the jurisdiction of coastal state. So it is rather more on the issue of administrative law and enforcement, maybe domestic environmental law, but little bit of UNCLOS there. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for clarification.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Actually, in international relations, we are talking about how the state try to internalize the international norm into national and domestic norms. That's why we're trying to figuring out how the UCLOS, they're talking about marine preservation, especially about land-based pollutions that happen in the coastal area. So the point that we're trying to highlight is that point. Not talking about the territorial disputes or something like that, but trying to figuring out why is really talking that about the island producing waste from the activities that land-based that's happen to polluted the maritime area. So that's the point that we're trying to figure out. And turn out when we try to see in national level, in region or local level, there is a regulation about that, but it still happen up until now. That's why it make us really just like make a critical questions why it's happened, what's going on. So actually in the next slide, we're trying to see how many stakeholders, just like there is a power asymmetry in the Karimun Jawa that showing the interest of certain group of people, especially business groups, and also the people that being a victim of this environmental harm. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizky Permana, for the question, and thank you very much for the great answer from Ms. Anjani. We come to the next author, presenter is Mr. Rizky Permana, with the title of article is Integrating Sustainable Development Concerns within Trade Agreements, Diverging Histories, Narratives, and Practices. You're allowed to deliver your presentations during 5 minutes, and I will remind you in 1 minute.
Right, thank you so much. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for allowing me to present here. So, I have 10 slides on my deck, so I also have 5 minutes, so I'll be explaining the whole things in 30 seconds each slides. So basically what I'm going to talk about is about the relationship between trade and sustainability, which is still an ongoing unsolved issue. We know about the palm oil, we know about the nickel, we know about the renewable energy and so on and so forth. But what I'm going to talk about is about the emergence of norms, regional norms regarding the trade and sustainability, particularly in ASEAN. Next. So previous speakers excellently described about the linkage between the economics and environment, but do not forget that sustainability is also about the people. So sustainability also reflected not only in Rio, but also in Johannesburg. Question would be how to align the profit side, the economic side, to the social side and the economic side. That's the core question that needs to be translated into trade law norms. Next. This is the theoretical framework, which I forgot to mention that this is from my dissertation chapter, which is still ongoing. So basically, I'm going to combine the international relation approach with international law approach by questioning first the emergence of norm as a process of social interaction, and the second, the norms will be eventually internalized, not counted as we don't really care about enforcement ability, but this is the first one that we will need to address is about the shared understanding that the norms on trade sustainability is emerging even if it's in global south. Next. So what's about trade and sustainability history? So if we talk about from Havana, it's already talking about the ILO regime and integrated to the trade liberalization, but unfortunately since Havana is not incorporated to the proper organization, then during the neoliberal era, there are more on the development on economic side without neglecting the environment and people part. Then finally in NAFTA and the EU approach, there are more inclusion of the trade and sustainability rules within them. Problem is every region has different approaches, including in my part of dissertation, we'll be talking about ASEAN next. So basically, if we talk about trade rules, WTO rules, regional trade rules, and environment and social, this would be the result. But I'm going to give you attention to the multilateral environment agreements and the commodity-specific sustainable rules. Next. This is something that happened in 1992, actually, when ASEAN protested about the ban of timber product. ASEAN protested. And what happened next? So ASEAN protested that it is environmental rules are disguised restriction. Next. Same, Pa Arif Hafaz, the alumni of UNDIP, also mentioned this as European imperialism. But the commodities change, not the timber, but now this palm oil. However, there are, next, with regard to ASEAN, there are more recent development with regard to the position of ASEAN themselves. They are more inclusive and receptive toward the sustainability issue. However, we are rarely seeing the rules integrated into, say, ASEAN endorsed FTA, such as RCEP next. This is still, this is not the conclusion, but my findings so far. Now, ASEAN is no longer neglects and disregard the sustainability rules. They are trying to incorporate them. Point is, this is the Brundtland report.
1 minute left.
Sustainability rules in 80s, and this is the ASEAN document just recently published in May. So point is, ASEAN internalized the sustainability norms. in the near future, we may see another incorporation of the rules in the ASEAN workings. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizky Permana. Okay, it's very interesting for your presentations, and I see here it's highlighted about the Asian Economic Society (MEA) policies and about the futures of itself. So I want to ask about
Framework for inclusive climate governance. Next. Yes. This research against this to achieve truly fair and effective climate policies. We must integrate feminist climate justice perspective, one that recognize structural inequalities, amplifies marginalized voice and redistributes power. Okay, next, Mas. Yes, yeah. Gender equality is fundamental human rights and essential for addressing key global challenges. Economic crisis, healthcare, climate change, violence, and conflict. Women, particularly in rural and impoverished areas, are highly vulnerable to climate change due to their independence on natural resources and caregiving roles. Feminist scholar emphasizes that climate justice requires feminist, anti-racist, and decolonial approaches to ensure fairness and inclusivity. This brought forth by figures like Mary Robinson and groups like the Women and Gender Constituency. Gender issue remain underrepresented and in climate policy and research. Okay. Next, Mas. Next. Yeah. Next. Okay. Climate justice in feminist perspective.
The Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro. And now I'm going to representing a paper titled Optimizing Blue Justice in the Protection of Small-Scale Fishermen in the Coastal Region of Yogyakarta. This paper was written by Viviana Wisnaini, Amalia Diamtina, Indarja Aji Bayu Sejati, and myself, Muhammad Gusti Firjatullah. Next slide. Next. Okay, so a little bit of background of this paper. Indonesia often faced with significant challenges in effort to manage its coastal resource sustainably. For example, the decree of the Minister of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, number 91/2024, concerning the 2025 work plan, focused on the blue economy approach. This approach aimed to ensure optimal utilization of fish resources and preserve them for national equity. However, blue economy approach also triggered environmental and social injustice. Thus, it is necessary to approach a new approach that pays more attention to justice for all aspects. This approach is known as blue justice. Next slide. Okay, the research method. This research used a doctrinal approach, analyzing legal materials and previous studies, supplemented by interviews with small-scale fishermen and the Yogyakarta Maritime Fisheries Service. Next slide. Before we are going to the issues that are happening in the coastal area of Yogyakarta, I want to talk about small-scale fishermen first, because it is important to know and understand who small-scale fishermen are. In Indonesia, the definition of small fishermen is regulated through Law Number 7, 2016. The law stated that small fishermen are fishermen who conduct fishing to fulfill their daily need, both those who do not use fishing vessels and those who use fishing vessels with a maximum size of 10 gross tons. Next slide. And now I want to talk about the issues that are happening in the coastal region of Yogyakarta. There are at least two issues that are happening. The first one is inequality of small-scale fishermen in Yogyakarta. Small fishermen in coastal area of Yogyakarta experience many inequalities, one of which is the influx of fishermen outside of Yogyakarta and foreign fishermen who fish in Yogyakarta. These fishermen use large ships so that there is an imbalance because of the tools are not equivalent to small-scale fishermen. And also, these ships often bring garbage that are left behind from their fishing activities. The condition of the accumulation garbage has led to a decrease in the number of fish catch by small-scale fishermen. Data shows a decrease of up to 80% in Gunung Kidul area. And the second issue I want to talk about is decrease in fisheries due to environmental waste pollution. A growing problem in the coastal region of Yogyakarta is the shrimp ponds. Shrimp ponds that line the coast. The shrimp ponds have a bad effect because of the daily waste disposal that is channeled to the water area. As a result, many coastal area fish die floating on the coast. Small-scale fishermen complain of the difficulties in catching fish due to the decreasing number of fish. Next slide. Okay, with all those issues that are happening in the coastal area of Yogyakarta, I want to talk about how this research will analyze and how to optimize blue justice as a settlement of inequality of small-scale fishermen in coastal area of Yogyakarta. Indicators in blue justice explain that one of the solutions to the problem is the seizure, transfer, and seizure of the sea, which in this case focus on the access of small fishermen to marine resources. The preservation of environment can be done through marine conservation area, which are marine areas protected for overexploitation in fishing. This step not only ensures the resilience of marine ecosystem, but creates a concept of justice that is able to protect small fishermen who depend on coastal areas to create a sustainable coastal area.
1 minute left.
Blue justice also creates an approach through education that involves the active participation of community directly. Next slide. Okay, so in conclusion, optimizing blue justice in the protection of small-scale fishers in Yogyakarta coastal area is crucial to creating sustainable marine fisheries. Blue justice provides a more inclusive approach, prioritizing social justice by involving small-scale fishers in decision-making related to marine resource management, stricter supervision of fishing industry, especially in waste management, and the use of environmentally friendly fishing gear, as well as community involvement in policy making are important steps in realizing sustainable coastal area. With blue justice, it is hoped that small-scale fishermen can get better protection and play a role in maintaining the balance of marine ecosystem for their survival and future generation. Next slide. Okay, thank you so much, Bu Anggita and the organizing committee of Icoleg 2025 for the opportunity to share this research with you, and thank you very much. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Gusti. So we come to the next Q&A sessions. There is one question from Vinova. Okay, can you pass the microphone to Ms. Vinova?
Okay, thank you. So the question is, what makes the concept of blue justice better than the concept of blue economy? As given that the Indonesian government lately has consistently promoted the principle of blue economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. To answer this question, maybe like I explained before, even though blue economy aims to ensure economical equity of fish resource and preserve them for the optimal utilization of fish resource, the blue economy also fails to realize that its agenda are not in line with small-scale fishermen. Because the needs of the small-scale fishermen are different from the big-scale fishermen, blue economy neglects the social and environmental impact it causes, such as marginalization of traditional fishermen and exploitation in marine resources. In contrast, blue justice emphasizes fair treatment of coastal communities in terms of access, utilization, and benefit from marine resource. This concept arises from awareness that marine economic policies should be considered the rights of coastal communities and small-scale fishermen, not just economic profit of large investors. Blue justice provides a more inclusive approach, prioritizing social justice by involving small-scale fishermen in decision-making related to marine resource management. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gusti. Does it answer your question? Okay, you may return to your table. We come to the next presenter from Mr. Rizky Syafril. Mr. Yogi Susanto and Fatam Mubina Iksirgholi with the title of article Protecting the Environment, Revisiting Sharia Commands and Objectives and the Mandate of the Constitution.
Programs. These some case examples
as positive catalyst. Free nutritious meals is connected with specifically SDGs number 2, what we call makan bergizi gratis, right? It is immediate impact and on school children and low-income families. So the keywords here are immediate and direct impact to the vulnerable and poor communities. And then also perhutanan sosial or social forestry. It's connected with the specifically SDGs number 1, 15, and 16. It, of course, make the legal access to forests, poverty reduction and conservation,
pollution, water crisis, biodiversity loss, and global warming. These explanations show the negative effects of environmental distractions with both the Constitution and Sharia law. Therefore, this study is essential with the goals of firstly analyzing the impact of environmental distraction and the fulfillment and maqasid Sharia. Secondly, exploring the interaction between Sharia injunction and the Quran and the Indonesian Constitution in environmental conservation. Next slide. Okay, analyzing environmental damage through maqasid Sharia. The first objective of our research is to analyze the impact of environmental damage from the perspective of maqasid Sharia, which refers the objective of Islamic law at promoting human welfare and justice. Next slide. Exploring the interaction between Sharia and the Constitution. The second objective of this research is to explore the interaction between Sharia comments found in the Quran and of the Indonesia Constitution related to environmental preservation. This exploration will reveal how both frameworks the importance of protecting our environment. Next slide. Methodology normative juridical approach. Our research employs a doctrinal methodology. We conduct qualitative data analysis by categorizing comments to preserve the environment and examining how environmental destruction impact of fulfillment of maqasid Sharia. Next slide. Next, okay. This table clearly demonstrates that environmental damage impact on maqasid Sharia and how hifz al-nafs, hifz al-aql, hifz al-nasl, and hifz al-amal. And this environmental damage to clearly demonstrate that environmental preservation is essential part of the effort to protect life, intellect, denial, and property. This principle is closely tied to the defined purpose behind the creation of the environment as life support system for humankind. As stated in the Quran, Surah Ibrahim 14, verse 32, hand protecting the environment falls under the maqasid al-daruriyah, the essential objective of life. Next slide. Alignment between Sharia and the Constitution. This table illustration for Quran first and article in the 1945 Constitution is illustrates as a strong correlation between Islamic teaching Sharia in the Quran and the constitutional
1 minute left
provisions of Indonesia in terms of environmental protection. The Prophet Muhammad SAW set example for this, such as using in the land productively and planting trees. These practices are now in the national law and politics. Contemporary Muslims must reverse the environmental message in the Quran for dealing with ecological crisis. Next slide. Conclusion from this article, environmental profession in the fundamental matter and include in the maqasid Sharia al-daruriyat, the human life. The interaction between Sharia commandants and the Indonesian Constitution reflects a mutual emphasis on the importance of environmental conservation.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for, yes, you may proceed your questions. Mr. Gusti.
The decision that accepted by the reasonable citizen has to make everybody happy. This is the first rule. So what about if the decision cannot fulfill that condition? So please take the decision that in favor of majority, right? So when we try to find the majority interest, it is of course not easy as well. So the third choice here, the best choice here, please have the side of, or please concern about the interest of the poor and the vulnerable or the disadvantaged community. Thank you.
Neglecting these principles, human will being could result in harm as loss of the blessing granted by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Taking care and preserving of environment is a responsibility for all humans, not just for governments. The command not to cause environmental destruction is not a mere slogan but a defined directive in the Quran, Surah Al-A'raf, verse 56, and similar warning expressed in Al-Qasas, verse 77. Thank you.
That's Mr. Fatham. You may return to your table. We come to the next presenter from the first author, Rizky Farsafril. Ms. Rivka.
So, as we all know, climate change is a transnational issue that requiring a global collective stance. And in Indonesia, carbon tax policy is in early stage of development that integrating climate commitment under the law number 7 of 2021. And this carbon tax is function as a disincentive for excessive emission, targeting the high emission sectors such as energy and transportation, which together contribute over 80% of Indonesia total greenhouse gas emission. And then this lead to our, although Indonesia has introduced the carbon tax policy, there are still questions about how well it applies the principle, the polluter pays principle, and what it means for climate effort. Based on the previous studies, the implementation remains a challenge, and also there's also indicate that Indonesia has not fully yet applied the United Nations Handbook on Carbon Taxation regarding the subject, object, and the method. Also, there's some key details that are unclear on rates, coverage, and revenue used to future regulation. This lead to our main research question: how has the polluter pays principle has been interpreted and internalized within Indonesia legal framework following the law number 7 of 2021? Okay. So we gotta know first about the polluter pays principle that serve as an indirect economic instrument to assign
Next, research method. First, upward quality with description method. Data, primary interview for an observation. Secondary, legal document and academic literature. So the analysis, data triangulation to increase validity. About result and discussion, we have five points. Number 1, environmental law implementation gap. Problem 1, law enforcement is still weak. So the problem 2, law public awareness. And problem 3, lack of human resources in supervision. So about solution about this point, capacity building for supervision by the government, community-based environmental education. Point 2, about environmental impact of food security, condition agriculture is highly dependent on rain, so land conservation reduce food production. And solution about this, development of better immigration system and legal protection in agricultural land. Next, discussion result, point 3, increase disaster risk, causal factor, fresh food due to cold lava flow from Mount Marapi. Second, erosion and loss of water absorption vegetation. So about solution, reforestation and environmental rehabilitation, then development of disaster mitigation infrastructure. The result number point 4, community participation. Our problem, public awareness of the environment is still low. So about solution, educational campaign in school and social media, and establishment of an environmental community. Then last result, about local economic challenge, impact, rising raw material price hamper MSME, and our solution, raw material subsidies for small business and marketing network development. So conclusion and recommendation, need for integration between environmental law, food security, and economic. Recommendation, strengthening of environmental law, protection of agricultural land, improvement in irrigation infrastructure and disaster mitigation, support from MSMEs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizky Syafril. Okay, is there any question for Mr. Rizky Syafril?
I hope no.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rizky Syafril.
Thank
You
you.
may return to your table. Give applause for Mr. Rizky Syafril. We come to the next presenter. It comes from Dr. Ana Silviana and Ms. Rindi Elvani with the title of article is Institutional Synergy in Optimizing Land Administration, a case study of Batam City. Dr. Ana Silviana, we invited you to the stage. Give applause for Dr. Ana Silviana. Dr. Ana, your 5 minutes will be started by now.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Anggita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present the results of my research. The title is Institutional Synergy on Optimizing Land Administration, a case study of Batam City. My team is Ana Silviana, Mirano Fana Ardani, and Basir Hastasio Susetio. Background on my problem atau this research is land governance issue in Batam as a free trade zone and free port. So, main issue, there is dual authority in land management Batam, hold the right to manage land, hak pengelolaan or HPL, and land office administrates land owners right, land of owners left right. Impact of dual authority, overlapping land ownership, and legal uncertainty, and hindrance to investment. Also, lack of an integrated cadastral map incompleted and unsynchronized land data. The core of problem is the research, lack on institutional integrated, poor public service delivery, and declining public trust. This objective study, the examining to impact of dual alternative on legal certainty, effectiveness of the complete systematic land registration program atau PTSL. Research report, research approach, my approach is social legal approach and combines legal norms with social perspective, with data, primary data and secondary data. Primary data, interview with Batam land official, BP Batam authorized, and Batam city governance, and PTSL program participant. And secondary data, systematic literature review for analytic support, and analisis tekniknya perspektif qualitative method, and conclusion drawing, inductive reasoning, result presented by narratively. Result and discussion, BP Batam and the Batam city government result based their policies on different legal base, so implication overlap land authority and legal uncertainty over land ownership right on BP Batam land management right HPL, double certificate due the unsynchronous data, impact, prolonged and costly land dispute, and double burden, land and building tax atau PBB, and land lease atau uang wajib tahunan di Batam. Batam economics competitiveness declines, solution over harmonization of policies and authorities, government of facilitator, basic agrarian law article 2, and balancing between development and community rights. Okay. The analysis of the result of the study use the principle of good land governance, include transparency, accountability, participation, and effectiveness and justice. Transparency information exists, but overlapping authority between BPN and BPN Batam causes legal uncertainty. And accountability, regulation are in place, yet coordination in land conflict resolution is weak and complaints are ineffective. Participation.
Pardon me, Dr. Ana, thumbs up. Thank you very much, Dr. Ana Siviana, for your great presentations. So
yes.
I
hope you not upset with me.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Yes.
Ana. Is there any question for Dr. Ana from the participants?
No.
You may.
Would significantly enhance waste management outcome. And thank you for your attention. If you have any question, please raise your hand and we like to discuss more.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Ms. Renata Jati Nirmala. Please give applause for her. If there is no question, please next Nadila Devita. Thank you, Ms. Renata Jati Nirmala.
The economic approach and legal expediency in the settlement of environmental crimes. Okay. Mr. Mary, your 5 minutes will be started by your first word.
Okay, thank you. Can the presentation? Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Ferry Satria Wicaksana Effendi. Today I will present a discussion on Deferred Prosecution Agreement or DPAs, focusing on how this legal mechanism can be applied using an economic and legal expediency approach to resolve environmental crimes committed by corporations. This study is authored by me, Ferry Satria Wicaksana Effendi, and Adrian Nailarik from the Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University. Next. Corporations play a central role in driving economic growth, but their activities often contribute to environmental degradation, such as pollution, deforestation, and irresponsible waste management. As environmental awareness increases, there is a growing need to hold corporations accountable through responsive criminal law. However, traditional criminal justice might not be sufficient, especially given the complexities and economic implications of prosecuting corporate offenders. This brings us to the concept of the DPA, a legal mechanism that offers an alternative resolution outside court while emphasizing efficiency and sustainability. This presentation seeks to answer three core questions. The first, can DPA be integrated into Indonesia's national criminal law system? Second, how effective is DPA in resolving corporate environmental crimes? The third, is DPA aligned with the core values of criminal law, such as justice, deterrence, and rehabilitation? Okay, next. The Deferred Prosecution Agreement is a legal tool that allows the postponement or cancellation of prosecution if the corporation agrees to fulfill certain obligations, such as paying fines, conducting environmental restoration, or improving internal governance. This practice is well established in countries like the United States and the United Kingdom. Unlike full criminal trials, DPAs offer a non-litigation path, allowing both the state and the corporation to benefit from quicker, more constructive resolutions. Next. From an economic point of view, law enforcement must go beyond rigid punishment. According to economist Richard Thaler, offenders, like businesses, act based on rational calculation of cost and benefit. Therefore, punishing a corporation should also consider whether the outcome truly delivers greater societal values. The DPA offers a low cost and high benefit model by avoiding the expensive and often disruptive processes of criminal litigation, while still ensuring accountability and restitution. Okay, next. Indonesia's newly codified criminal code, or KUHP, embraces restorative justice and recognizes that punishment should not always be the first or only response. The principle of ultimum remedium, using criminal sanction only as a last resort, is embedded in the legal system. This paves
1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. This paves the way for tools like DPA, which align well with modern criminal law values, such as rehabilitation, prevention, and social harmony. Next. Despite its potential, DPA is not yet regulated in Indonesian law. This legal vacuum must be addressed by establishing a formal legal framework that defines who can initiate a DPA, the condition required, and mechanism for oversight. Moreover, resolving environmental crimes involves many stakeholders: government institutions, NGOs, communities, and environmental agencies, who should all be included in the process to ensure fairness, transparency, and effectiveness.
time's up. Thank you very much.
Can I finish the conclusion section?
Okay.
Okay. In conclusion, only one part again. In conclusion, the DPA provides a strategic, restorative, and economical efficient solution to environmental crime committed by corporations. It supports corporate responsibility, strengthens environmental ethics, and allows the legal system to allocate resources more effectively. Most importantly, it ensures that justice is served not only through punishment, but also through rehabilitation and sustainable recovery. Integrating DPA into Indonesia's criminal law system will reflect a shift toward a more progressive, benefit-oriented legal policy and addresses both environmental and economic concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferry. Is there any question from the participants for Mr. Ferry? Okay, Mr. Rizky Permana first.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for your great, wonderful presentation. I'm really interested in law and economics, but I'm not a criminal law nor an environmental law scholar, so I kindly need your advice. First, I would kindly tell me your perspective on this. Let me. One problem regarding enforcement of criminal environmental law is about valuation of environmental impact. Let's say I'm going to discharge the waste, then the prosecutor will know the exact amount of damages. Let's say, yeah, the problem is I would know as well, right? So first thing, if I assume the damage would be, let's say, 100 million, yeah, 100 million, then to settle, to divert the prosecution with, and to settle with the prosecutor, whereas to install the, let's say, waste management system in your factory costs 500 million, then I will take to pay, quote unquote, and settle with the prosecutors because they don't know how to evaluate this. How would you solve this kind of dilemma? Because if it's undervalued, then it contradicts with the principle of polluter pays principle. If it's overvalued, like in Belitung, it will be contradicts with the principle of justice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think to catch the wait a minute.
Background here, norm and rules, as you know that actually that in a preamble of WTO agreement, available and philosophy as international trade, one of them is sustainable development, going to green protection already. So it is a balance between free trade and environmental protection. Before that, before establishing WTO, of course, you know that businesses explore and exploit it entirely. No environmental protection consideration. So that's why it is very important to be known for all of you. And then in GATT, there are two clauses. Yeah, there are two clauses to bridge between the both. But unfortunately, it contains unclear or gray area. Let me say, necessary to protect. And then allow trade restriction related to diction, necessary and related to be a big problem. Sometimes used by developed countries for protecting the industry. Okay? So that's why rule-based system and then the case and then brought before a DSP, but unfortunately sometimes in favor of developed countries and also in favor of developing countries. And then this is, addiction is a big problem. Sorry. Yeah, here. Yeah, okay. So sorry. Yeah. Also available GPT agreement encourages eco-friendly standard through technical regulation. As maybe the ladies are already presented that standard in the world, it is high standard using maybe a EU standard and also international organization standards. So that's why this is a big problem for developing countries to adjust international standards. So there's a gap among and then strengthen cooperation globally and regional to make common commitment. EU, of course.
In forest fire management according to your research?
Supporting a unilateral action. Krisha, thank you. Any questions so far? No question.
Ah. You have 3 minutes to answer the question.
The local government, I'm trying to say the local government that was not able to curb the corporations that use a large-scale forest burning. Of course, there's another problem. Small-scale community, if they use forest fire, that's also bad. But the big corporations, there are dozens of them identified, but many of them are still operating. So the governance is still weak, is still poor, and we don't yet talk about the political sides of this. So this is a big issue, still not fully resolved. Maybe the extent of forest fire is not as bad as 10 years ago, but this is still quite a problem in Indonesia. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bangkit, and then for the question from Ms. Valen. Okay, we still have 1 minute left if you want. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Bangkit. You may return to your table. Give applause for Mr. Bangkit for insightful presentations. So we come to the last but not least presenter, Mr. Hendra Tri Ardianto, with the second author, Yoga Putra Parameswari, Ms. Rina Martini, and Mr. Mijayanto, with the title Community-Based West Bank, Collaborative Governance in Waste Management into Regions. Your 5 minutes will be begin by your first word.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I will present our research about community-based waste bank, collaborative governance in waste management in two regions. Two regions that we mentioned is Semarang City and Yogyakarta City. That we know, both of us do not pay attention on waste problem just because we pay money for a monthly to government to handle our waste in our homes. But that we don't know is our system, especially on two regions, is very crowded, not only crowded but overload. In Semarang City, that we know TPA Jati Barang, and in Yogyakarta, TPA Piungan is a very overload, and the last years we know Yogyakarta has a chaotic problem about the waste, and the waste problem is not government, and not only the problem for government, but we have to know everyone in our city must be responsible with this problem. And when we look at the other countries like Austria, and South Korea, we have a success story when a community can handle more than 50% overall waste in that city. So community have a vital role to elevate this problem. And we have one alternative idea like sustainable, like the concept of sustainable development. There are two contradict concept, but we believe it can be worked together. That is waste bank. This concept is combining ecological awareness with the economic incentive. This is our background why we took this research. Next. Our objective is we want to know what is the determinant factor success or fail on initiative of waste bank. This is our main focus. The other is just we want to know about the governance process and a practical insight that we want to know to get some recommendation, practical recommendation for the government. Next. Our research using qualitative is very paradoxical with my friends. Bangkit is always using quantitative. I always using qualitative research to understand our research. I did a lot of interview with many stakeholders, especially on 4 West Bank community. From Bank Sampah Lestari, Resik Sejahtera, Surolaras, and Berkah West Bank. There are 4 communities that we focus on to understand how they works in daily life. Next. This is the problem in 2 regions. In Semarang, we know in this is the problem in 2 regions. So I think we can skip then. So after, next. Yeah, how to understand collaborative governance works, we have 5 variables to understand it. The first one is leaderships, collaborations, governance. The first one is participation. Second one is leadership, collaborations, governance, and economic value. We look in 5 variables to understand where is the success West Bank and where is the fail West Bank, and we compare it we analyze to understand what is determinant factor that make they work very achievable, and the other sides they get a huge some problem to handle in their daily life. Our finding is next. Yeah, this is the key success factor. The first one is community involvement. If there are no citizen engagement in the process of West Bank, we found the West Bank will be fail quickly. The other one is adequate infrastructure. If a community have initiative to manage West Bank, they must have efficient storage, tools, and transport. If they cannot manage, if they do not have some structure like this, they will have many difficulties. The success key point is multi-stakeholder supports. If West Bank community can make partnership with a government and a non-government organization, or in university, or with a businessman, they can make their community bigger than before. And the last one is, the very significant factor is every West Bank can found their value chains. If they cannot found or value chains, for example, if you ever met someone using bag with plastic, there are no value chain on this business. So they will be difficult to manage. In their daily life, they just producing the product, but they cannot commodification their works. The other is, next, this is the failure factor is a like contradict with the success factor: low public awareness, a weak business model, limited technical skill, or lack capable of leadership. And our conclusion is the first one: West Bank will be success depend on strong internal human resource. It's talk about leadership, talk about engagement, and so on. And the second one is external collaborations. And the last one is viable economic value chains. This is our if government or everyone want to make a success with Bank initiative, they must look at 3 variables. I think enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hendra.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, is there any questions for Mr. Hendra from the participants? Okay. Can anyone help to give assistance? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Imanda, and I want to ask few things. Firstly, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. said about the two contradictive things consist the waste bank. Is it ecological and economics? Why it's two contradictive things? And about the external collaboration, how to have governance in our side? Because if we think about the economic side, it's kind of hard to make governance in our side as a public interest, something like that. Thank you so much.
Okay. The second question, or I will answer? Okay, for the first question, this is the classical debate when for the first time at 1980, when the sustainable development appeared for the first time. Because the concept is combining between sustainability that we talk about the growth and the development is talk about growth. So this is contradict. The same for this concept with bank is collecting ways to manage, but to get some economic. So in many literatures, some experts say this is the contradict concept, but for the others, this is a very, there are two sides when they see this concept. For the second questions, our focus is actually not, because we have a lot of research about what government should do. There are many research about what should government do in waste management. So we took the other sides. We just focus on the contributing of society or contributing for community and how to make them more aggressive or massive. So this is not our focus. But if I can answer is, we need a lot of policy, not only one policy but comprehensive policy. Especially if we talk about Yogyakarta, that very chronicle that is have a big problem today. So we need a more comprehensive, and actually there are some policy can government do, but maybe is time is not enough to elaborate for this policy.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hendra, for the next questions, I hope that you can writing down your questions via the Google Docs, and Mr. Hendra will answer right away to this same platform. Thank you very much, Mr. Hendra. You may return to your table. Give applause for Mr. Hendra, our last but not least presenter. Okay, before I conclude this chamber, please allow me to give an opportunity for Mr. Professor Saukat Alam to have a slight views about this themes of conference. So we just discussed about Sharia, halal label, and then the third one is about the West Bank. So how about in Australia, based on your experience, the policy and regulation in Australia? Just your West Bank. Yeah, before that, about the Sharia, and then also about the halal labels.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It is such a long day and so many presentations. I have never experienced a conference where 50 or more papers were presented in one day. It was humongous. And it's not only the diversity, not only the depth, but also how it actually tests everybody's patience and resilience, to stay in a room, 5 hours non-stop. I appreciate all of your enthusiasm and, interest and also passion in those areas. So hats off. And I had so much to learn from you. I have attended some of these sessions today in different groups. I wish I could attend all of them. So much research and so much knowledge. I wish we could capture all of them and channel them in a way that really contributes to the social reform. But nevertheless, 3 points I would like to mention here, what I have experienced today from many presentations that I can relate to from international, regional, and also perspective of Australia. That's where I live. Internationally, as you know, the sustainable development is a paradigm, and it is not without its critique. There are a lot of critics about sustainable development, whether it is something, really sustainable. Even this morning, my good friend Luis was talking about whether sustainable development is unsustainable, whether sustainable development presents unsustainable development. Luis actually contributed a chapter to a book that I edited, and I know where Luis is coming from, that it's not enough. We need to change things, making it Anthropocene, making it ecocentric, but sustainable development, despite all of its critique, I still think that sustainable development is still a model we are all aspiring to achieve, and that is reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals that all the countries have contributed to and committed to. Now, this is sustainable development meaning different for different countries. There are controversies what sustainable development mean for Indonesia and what sustainable development mean for Australia. We are bringing the big question that, whether sustainable development can be achieved within in Indonesia or in the developing countries where they had colonial past. Well, they had the governance system, which is based on very, very antique, old pattern, very much top-down. Sustainable development requires that you must have participatory governance. You must have governance which will take into account the local community's participation in the decision-making. But at the moment, if you look at the governance system in many developing countries, including Indonesia, it's kind of vertical. It's top-down. It's not horizontal. Sustainable development requires a participatory, horizontal governance systems where decision-makings are inclusive. So there are a lot of things are happening that when we try to implement sustainable development in the traditional format or traditional system like Indonesia, obviously there are so many frictions that, it complicates matters that how we achieve it, But this is also a matter of transformation, how we learn, how we change the system. It cannot be changed overnight. Any legal process, any law reform, and societal transformation is a very, very slow and progressive process. We need to take into account that it is not something very authoritarian regime that I said, command and control. Law is law because it's the command of the sovereign. No. Law is now the opinion of the community. What community considers as relevant and important for them is law. So if you don't have community mandate, community support for a law, that law is very difficult to implement. Anyway, I'm drifting away from my actual focus, but this is the problem when I'm so passionate about this area and so much to cover. To talk about two different points, in the past, we talked about the halal tourism, but in Australia, as you know, but it is probably different here in Indonesia because here, majority here is follow the Islamic traditions, and halal is something, it is deeply embedded with people's faith and cultural or religious identity. In Australia, it's totally different. We are minority. I prefer halal, but I have to tell, I take it for granted there is no halal for me in a shop. I just tell them, please don't give me pork or pork-related product. In Australia, its certification is delegated to a private sector, private body. Muslim people of the Muslim majority, they have nominated their own body who will be responsible for certification as they are given the accreditation by the government. It's not any government department. So, of course, government department endorses it, but it comes from the the Islamic scholars, and it's just only one body in Australia, not so many different Muslim bodies like at the regional level or at the central level. Just only one body is called AFIC. It's an Islamic society or something like that, and they certify that this is halal. And then we go by that one, and it's really interesting when we have the communities divided whether we should celebrate Eid by looking at the moon or we should celebrate Eid by Islamic calendar. There is a huge question mark, as you know, everywhere, that should we go by the Islamic calendar, scientific calendar, or should we go by the moon? Community is divided. In Australia, we have, you have a ministry. In Australia, we don't have any ministry to give that one. That verdicts also come from our Islamic community. Unfortunately, we are divided, and then we have two schools. One school said, you go by the moon, and the other school said, no, we were not going by the moon because everything we do scientifically. Why for Eid you bring this issue of moon? And anyway, so we have the benefit that we can do Eid in 2 days. So one group who is for the moon, they do one day and we do the following day. So there are 2 days. So, but it has huge implications considering seriously that market interest in halal issues, and I then bring my other hat that, halal as a tourism. When you look at the tourism, you need to look at these economic implications, right? You need to look at the market. You need to look at how it can leverage your sector, and it has to be consistent and uniform to make most out of it. Second, briefly, the West Bank is really a new concept. I'm fascinated by this concept here, West Bank. It must be something new here, right? But I had two questions. One, it's really good. West has two dimensions internationally. We call it per ton waste to treat in US will cost you $2,200. And if you treat the same waste per ton, if you send to Nigeria, they will take only $800. They will take the waste as an economic good. So it has, and there are many literatures, you can see that there is called now, developing countries are treating it as a toxic colonialism. Toxic colonialism, that all those waste from developed countries are finding their ways to developing countries. Starting from computer, electronic waste, to other waste. Huge. Quite apart from that, but it has also an economic angle, because a country like Nigeria considers that it's a good source for their, economic growth, but whether that is sustainable. We bring the waste, and at some point, I think recently, most recently, Malaysia, I think, refused to accept waste from Australia. Australia was, of course, recycling their waste to their neighboring countries, but many developing countries are now saying no, for many other reasons, of course, environmental reasons. In terms of the waste bank, one big question mark here. In Australia, we have, it is part of the producer's responsibility, extended producer's responsibility. We see that if you actually produce this product and you are responsible to manage the end of life of the product, like a battery. So if you are producer of the battery, you cannot simply send it to the landfills. You have to manage this one. It is your responsibility because you are the producer. So under law, it is regulated that the big scale of dumping of waste, it is regulated that you cannot simply dump. My question was here that I can see the West Bank, but West Bank, once people dump it, we are trying to sort it out. But what is the root cause of the problem? The people who are dumping it, how can you address that? That is the root cause. In Australia, we have serious penalty for dumping waste. So I'm telling you that I have few things that my normal weekly bin, we have 3 bins. One green bin for green waste, one is red bin for household waste, and one is the yellow bin, that is the recycling. So I had some heavy metal or building materials and waste like tires of the car. And the tires of the car, it does not fit into any of those. I cannot put it in my red bin because it's too small. Then, if I want to take this waste and put it in the landfill, there are cameras everywhere. They will detect me and they will, give me heavy fine. And then, what is my option? They will say, okay, you have to pay for per ton waste, you have to take it to the skip bin, which is provided by government. But you have to pay for its management. So for per ton waste, I have to pay like $700 to $1,000. Yes. Government provided the facilities, but it's not free. I have to pay for it. So that means, at an individual level, there is no way I can hide and I can dump waste. So that's the way then, okay, if you dump here, we are inviting everybody to dump waste here, and then let's all help each other and manage it. That does not address the root causes of the problem. But thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much, Professor Kat Alam. But before that, Professor Kat Alam, would you please to take a picture with all of the participants in the chamber? We are very grateful to invite you all to come to the stage. We will get documentations, photos. Please come to. Yeah. All day, full day. Yes. Yes, you can gather here. We will take a picture together for the documentations of this chamber 1A. Baby, you, oh, oh, for committees in here and then the presenters, you can in front of here. Ke atas. The committees up to the stage and then the presenters, you may gather in here. Mas Raska juga nggak apa-apa. Okay, please together here documentations because we need it for bureaucracy and administration. Please gather all of the participants in chamber 1A and also the second, third authors. Okay, please, because we run out of time. Ketua, Mas Ketua, ayolah, naik ke atas juga Mas Ketua. Ya foto juga lah, pisan, dokumentasi. Mbak Afifah, minta tolong dong, fotoin. Mohon mangap nih, mohon mangap. Ayo, Mas Ketua. Hah? Oh, kurang ya? Oke, mungkin yang kanan kiri bisa bergabung di atas. Bergabung di atas. Ya. Mas bangkit bisa ke atas. Mbak boleh gabung ke atas. Bisa gabung lagi ke atas. Monggo Mbak ke atas aja. Okay, I will count by 1, 2, 3. See on the center. Say smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Give applause for us in here. Thank you very much. You can return to your place. Thank you. Okay, this concludes the presentation for Chamber 1A under the subtheme Environmental Law, Economic and Governance. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all presenters for their insightful contributions and to all participants for your attention and academic engagements throughout this session. So before we formally end, please take note of the following important announcements. First, after the session concludes, you may leave directly and are not required to return to the main ballroom. We have any agenda, but you are kindly invited to the gala dinner, which will be held at 7 p.m. this evening on the 70th floor Skyline restaurant with a formal dress code such as a batik. And then as for the second day of Icoleg tomorrow on June 4th, 2025, all participants are expected to arrive at the venue at 8 a.m. tomorrow to attend the scientific plenary session, which will feature distinguished speakers, Insinyur Imade Andi Arsana, PhD, Professor Shaukat Alam, PhD, Professor Dr. Susi Swi Haryanti, PhD, Professor Marcus Wegner, LLM, and then we look forward to your full participation tomorrow as we continue to explore critical topics in law, education, and governance. Thank you once again for being a part of Icoleg 2025. I wish you an inspiring evening and a meaningful continuation of conference. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Seperti yang saya sudah umumkan, setelah ini kita sudah tidak memiliki acara lagi, tetapi nanti pada pukul 7 ada gala dinner di lantai 17 Skyline Restoran. Monggo Bapak dan Ibu bisa bergabung dengan menggunakan formal dress seperti batik. Dan juga besok pukul 8 pagi kita akan memulai acara scientific plenary season dengan speaker yang sudah saya tadi bacakan. Jadi monggo Bapak dan Ibu bisa untuk beristirahat dan nanti jam 7 kita akan berkumpul lagi di gala dinner di lantai 17 Skyline Restoran. Terima kasih banyak, selamat sore.